Mr. O'Connor.
Lady, our first witness this morning is Helen McNamara.
I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Sorry about the coffee.
Okay.
Our first witness this morning is Lee Cain.
If you like to repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Could you give us your full name, please?
It's Helen McNamara.
Ms McNamara, you have prepared, at the inquiry's request, a witness statement, which is up on screen. I know that you are very familiar with the contents of that statement. I think you've got a copy of it with you. Let me ask you, first of all, are the contents of that statement true?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms McNamara, you detail in some depth your civil service career in your witness statement. In summary, it's right, isn't it, that you joined the civil service in 2002, having worked in the private sector before that?
It is.
You then spent the first 11 or so years of your time in the civil service working at various grades in the DCMS.
Yes, that's right.
After that, so from 2013, you then spent 2 spells in the Cabinet Office, both of about 3 years. So first of all, 2013 to 2016, and then, as we'll come to hear, 2018 to 2021. And between those 2 times, you spent some time in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, as it was then called.
That's right.
When you joined the Cabinet Office in 2018, so for that last period, you were appointed initially to the post of Director General of Propriety and Ethics in the Cabinet Office. But I think it's right that within a few weeks or a month or so of you starting that job, your role was expanded to become the Cabinet Secretary's deputy.
Yes, that's right. So my late boss, Lord Hayward, had asked me to come back to the Cabinet Office initially to do that role, but also to take on wider responsibilities. And then, unfortunately, he went off sick very quickly after I got back to the Cabinet Office. So I then supported the temporary and then new permanent Cabinet Secretary, Lord Sedwell.
Yes. And this role of yours, shortly after it became formalised, and I think sometime later you were promoted to permanent secretary level. But in effect, that job of Deputy Cabinet Secretary was one that you then did until the time that you left the Cabinet Office.
Yes, that's right.
Including the period in 2020, which, as you'll appreciate, is going to be the focus of my questions today. As you say, you supported, first of all, Mark Sedwell in his role as Cabinet Secretary, and then, as we will hear, when he was replaced by Simon Case, you supported him as well.
Yes.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Yes, Lee Edward Cain.
Mr. Cain, you have kindly prepared a witness statement for the inquiry, which is up on screen. I know that you are familiar with the contents of that statement, and we don't need to go to it, but on the last page of the statement, there is a statement of truth stating that you believe that the contents of the witness statement are true, and you've signed your name underneath that statement, haven't you?
Correct.
And you did that on the 25th of August 2023.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Cain, it's right, isn't it, that you began your career as a journalist, but subsequently you've worked in communications and public relations?
Yes, that's correct.
In 2016, you worked in that field for the Leave campaign in the Brexit referendum.
Yes.
You, I think, were the communications head for the Leave campaign.
Head of broadcast.
Thank you. And after the referendum, you worked in various in communications roles in various different government departments, including working for Boris Johnson when he was the Foreign Secretary between 2016 and 2018.
It was the latter half of his time as Foreign Secretary, so from from the final year, I think he was there, not the entire time.
Right. So 2018 at least.
Yes. Yeah.
And then when Mr. Johnson became Prime Minister in July 2019, following Theresa May's resignation, you were appointed as his Director of Communications at Number 10.
Yes, and I'd worked as well with him while he was on the backbenches during that sort of period in between.
Between 2018 and 2019.
Before he went back into Number 10 after he left the Foreign Office into Number 10.
And then from July 2019, you held that post of Director of Communications until you resigned in November 2020, so 18 months or so.
Yeah, just a bit short of that, correct.
And if we look at your statement on that first page that's on the screen at the moment, Mr. Cain, at paragraph 3, you refer to your position as Director of Communications, and you say that you were one of the Prime Minister's most senior advisors. Those last 3 years that you spent in the Cabinet Office, 2018 to 21, were a tumultuous period. Theresa May's government, her efforts to secure a Brexit settlement, Boris Johnson becoming Prime Minister in the middle of 2019, everything that happened in the tail end of that year, prorogation and so on, the general election at the end of 2019, and then, of course, the COVID pandemic. So an unusually busy time to be one of the leaders of the Cabinet Office.
Yes, I think that's fair. It felt like a lot longer than 3 years at the time.
As I say, I'm going to focus my questions on that period of 2020. Can you give us just a brief summary of what your job was then, your daily routine, the types of the types of functions that you were performing? Of course, we'll come to hear that you had to do some extraordinary things, but what was your ordinary role at that time?
Do you want me to take January 2020?
Yeah.
Is that the best place? So I was Mark Sedwell's deputy. The main purpose of my job was to support him in his role as Cabinet Secretary rather than head of the civil service. So I ran something called the Central Secretariat, which advised on all of the kind of heart of Cabinet government. So any advice on Cabinet committees or machinery of government change, which means the structures and shape of government departments, how Cabinet operates, all of the kind of managing of Cabinet meetings, Cabinet committee business. I did all of that. I also was responsible for a range of other things that aren't probably as significant to the inquiry.
And we've already heard a fair amount of evidence about the rhythm of work in the Cabinet Office, daily meetings with the Prime Minister, Cabinet meetings, less frequent but still regular. Did you have an involvement in those meetings?
Yes, absolutely. And I would say, although it might sound like an odd thing to say, and this is what I said in my statement, that in many ways, January 2020 really felt like the beginning of the Johnson administration, even though he had been in office for some time before then. It was just after the election, and it was kind of supposed to be the beginning of this, what we thought at the time was a decade of Johnson government.
As Director of Communications, tell us in a few sentences, what was your responsibility? Did you in fact have responsibility for communications across government, or was it something less than that?
No, I think it's your broad role and remit is to provide political advice to the Prime Minister within the sphere of communications, and it's quite nebulous to some degree what control and authority you have over the wider government machine. There is an executive director. When I was there, there's a gentleman called Alex Aitken who oversees the GCS, which is the Government Communications Service. So that is all of the departments and the ALBs and the budget and the marketing, all that side of things, and the civil servants would normally report into Alex, and we would work together on various issues. But as a sort of it's quite unclear who's in control of certain elements, but mine would be more the political, but also more of a sort of counsellor to the Prime Minister as well.
Yes, well, you use the word political, and as we'll come to see, your role was certainly not limited to, shall we say, presentational matters. You were advising him on what his strategy should be, not just how it should be presented.
That was broadly correct.
Well, give us a sense, Mr. Cain, of your personal relationship with Mr. Johnson in 2020. You say you'd worked with him for some years by then. Was he a friend of yours?
I think he was my boss, so, you know, friend is you know, it would be presumptuous for me to say, but I think we were close. We would speak pretty much every day, and I think I had a good understanding of him. I think part of what I brought to the Downing Street operation, having worked with him for quite a long time, was just a good understanding of how he would react to information, and, you know, you get a sort of simpatico almost, the relationship between a special advisor and a principal.
And I'm going to ask you more about all of that in a moment. But before I do, I've mentioned your witness statement. It's very long. It's 100 or so pages. And it's obvious to anyone who reads it, and we will be adducing it and publishing it in full, that you spent a very long time preparing it. Can you give us some idea of first of all, how long you did spend on it, and secondly, apart from assisting us, what you hope to achieve with your statement?
Well, I think public inquiries are important. I think they're essential. I've had the misfortune at various other points in my career to be working in the civil service where things have gone wrong. And I've always found it both really important that there is a point for reflection, and that you should yourself in the civil service always be asking questions about what's happened and what you could have done better, but that also there is a very important part, I believe, in our settlement of government or way that we operate public administration, that there needs to sometimes be something like this today, where we all have to come and explain and account for what we did on something this important and significant. It has been, it has been a real effort to put the statement together and to do the work for lots of reasons, but it feels a lot like the least I could do in the circumstances, to be honest. And I hope that I've been able to give a fair and reasonable account of what happened, and I hope that some things can be better as a result.
I want to, Mr. Kay, to take you through some of the events of 2020 in a reasonably chronological way. And if we can start, please, by looking at page 4 of your statement, starting at paragraph 16. And you make the point here that although, as you say, there was an awareness of COVID-19 early in January of that year, it was only one of many issues discussed inside Downing Street, and you say it was a low priority at that point. And then if we can look at the next paragraph, paragraph 17, you talk about various other issues that had some prominence in January and into February: Brexit, 5G, reshuffle of the cabinet, HS2, and so on. So can you give us a sense then of where COVID fitted into the hierarchy of concern in January and February of 2020?
I think it was it started off from a pretty low base, I would say. Number 10, there was always decisions to be made over, what will be the priority issues. As you can imagine, only the most difficult issues are dealt with in number 10, because if they were soluble, they would be solved at a departmental level. So there is that constant balance of what do we need to focus on at any one time. You can see from the issues that I've outlined here, these are all pretty taxing and difficult, issues that deserve the Prime Minister's and the number 10's attention. But I think at first COVID, we were informed was, we were obviously having conversations with the Department of Health. The view was the UK was incredibly well prepared. There had been a decade of pre-preparedness, and we were, amongst the best in the world to deal with a pandemic, and it was being monitored closely by officials in the Department of Health. So I think it was quite rational at that point to assume it would be a departmental lead and they would continue to inform us as and when was required, when it needed more attention. I think, and you can see it goes up the sort of agenda in number 10 as we move through January and into February. Yeah. Clearly, we got that assessment wrong, but I think you can probably see why we made the judgments that we did at the time.
It's clear, as we will work through it, that you refer to a number of documents, emails, papers that you drafted and so on. I think it's right to say that you came across some obstacles in obtaining material that you needed for your witness statement. Could you tell us something about that?
I did, and I want to be quite careful because I think that, you will have heard already that it's very easy to bash a government department. And I'm not, when I'm criticising the Cabinet Office, blaming particular individuals, I should say, very much not. But it has been extraordinarily difficult to get even the most basic pieces of information to be able to serve the inquiry properly. So I feel like I've had to be my own forensic archaeologist of my time in 2020, and it's been hard enough for me to work out what was happening when, and I was there. Because of the difficulties with accessing documents, accessing the right information, and because unfortunately the Cabinet Office deleted my work mobile phone, so I've not had access to those records either.
And we'll come to one or two parts of your evidence where you say you're sure that there were relevant WhatsApp messages and so on that you sent, but you no longer have them because you returned your phone to the Cabinet Office when you left, and they have been unable to provide it back to you. And I think they've told you that is it the phone itself that's been destroyed, or has the material been deleted? I'm not entirely sure, although I definitely did ask, because I know that the messages were all backed up. I asked if they could provide a kind of, I'm going to use the wrong word, but like a simile of the phone so that I could at least see the messages, and that wasn't possible either. I should reassure the inquiry that most of my business, as you would expect, is on email, and most of it is all captured in the public record. So I don't worry that there's a huge amount of material that you're not seeing, which is relevant to the work that I was doing. But nonetheless, a frustration that the phone messages weren't available. It is, yeah. If we could just look at the next paragraph, please, and pick up on one or two of the things you've just said, Mr. Cain.
Could you try and go a little slower, Mr. Cain, please?
Sorry. We see there, as I think you've explained, COVID, at that stage at any rate, wasn't even, you say, in the top 5 of concerns. But you go on to say, as I think you've just indicated, that officials at the DHSC were confident of the strength of the UK's pandemic preparations, and the general view was that it was something that could be dealt with at departmental level. Does it follow that, at least at that stage, January, February, you weren't sort of worried about the priority that was, or rather wasn't, being given to COVID?
I think in January, particularly early January, it felt like we were getting the balance right at the time. I think as we moved into late January and early February, I think it became clear that we didn't particularly have that balance. But then I think it becomes, the focus from what I saw yesterday was quite a lot on individuals, but I think the actual institutions, the organisations within the Cabinet Office and, in the Department of Health, the feedback was, we are well prepared to deal with this and things are in hand. The question of whether number 10 should have been kicking the tyres more and checking those issues if they were in place, I think is a valid one. But I think, we were probably complacent to the fact that the work was being done elsewhere when, obviously it was not.
You've mentioned a couple of times, and you refer here to officials at the Department for Health providing that assurance, talking about the plans and so on. Was it just officials, or was it the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, as well?
The Secretary of State as well was confident on the pre-preparedness. I think in defence of the Secretary of State as well, he did raise the issue early in January. He did speak about it, at a frequent basis. So it's not like it wasn't being raised, but there was an assurance that, we were well set to deal with, whatever come our way. He raised it, but he followed that by assuring those he was talking to that the plans were in place and that
the UK was well placed to address the threat.
And that, of course, was still the sort of, I say official, but, was still the government position, even when the action plan was launched in, I think, early March, that, we were well prepared to deal with COVID, and, we'd had this decade of preparedness. That was language from the action plan. So rolling into March, that was still the government view.
Yeah. We'll come to the action plan in a moment. Can we look, let's move on, Ms McNamara, and I want to start, as you do in your statement, although I want to take this part reasonably briefly, with the question of how ready the government machine was for the pandemic, which developed from the start of 2020. And what I'd like to do, if I may, is go to paragraph 23 of your statement on page 12, which is your summary at the end of this section of your witness statement, where you say this: in summary then, when COVID arose as a concern in January 2020, the UK government was already on the back foot from another once-in-a-generation event. Key parts of the system were either subject to change or might have been and were awaiting clarification. Many ministers, senior civil servants and special advisors were uncertain in their role. There was no clear business-as-usual pattern of working with Mr Johnson. The Cabinet Office and Whitehall had developed some unhealthy habits in terms of ways of working, and it was a low-trust environment in terms of relationships between the civil service and the Prime Minister and his political team. So just to pick up on a few of those points. First of all, the once-in-a-generation event that you refer to was Brexit.
Yes.
Now, some other witnesses have made the point that, at least in some respects, the experience of Brexit, and in particular the preparations for a no-deal Brexit, were valuable as a precursor to the experience of the pandemic. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly, if so, what is the wider point you're making about the, if you like, deficit of the Brexit experience?
I mean, first, yes, I absolutely agree that the no-deal preparations and the experience of doing the no-deal preparations was immensely valuable. And actually, in retrospect, it's one of the frustrations when I think about whether I should have been more reflective at the time, that we knew how hard that had been, how unnatural it had been for Whitehall to have to think across a whole system and think about things we weren't practiced in doing, and work collectively across a huge range of operational and policy areas. And it had been very difficult to start off with. And then over that preceding year, and actually to give them credit, to a large part when Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, the team had really focused very hard and done an enormous amount of good work that did stand us in very good stead. But we sort of somehow hadn't clocked that we were kind of 2 years previously on COVID, if I can use that as an example. So yes, but the wider deficit, I think, is partly I mean, I should make the point, this is nothing to do with whether the country decided to leave the EU or not. My point is entirely about the Whitehall and Westminster response, and particularly the Whitehall structures had been bent out of shape by a series of things that had happened. So the business as usual model of the Cabinet Office that lots of people who worked in the centre of government would recognise, which wasn't really there for all sorts of reasons in January 2020. There was also, when I talk about uncertainty, which might be the most useful point in here to highlight, there hadn't been a significant cabinet reshuffle after the 2019 election. The election had fallen right at the end of December, really, and the Prime Minister had wanted to take some time and to consider some quite substantial machinery of government changes, potentially, before deciding who to put in which cabinet jobs. So this period, and I think the reshuffle then came quite late into that February. It was just before, it was the Friday before the House rose for the half-term recess. So there were an awful lot of people who weren't sure what jobs they had. And this is particularly uncertainty on the political side, obviously, but also on the civil service, given the potential for large amounts of machinery of government change. And I think it's been mentioned before, but there was, again, a lot of hostile briefing about the civil service, which was making people feel uncomfortable And at this time, there was what was happening in the Home Office with the then Home Secretary and the Permanent Secretary.
That's a reference to the falling out between Priti Patel and the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Rutnam.
Yeah.
Forward, please, onto the next page of your statement and look at paragraph 22. You refer here, Mr. Cain, to, I think, perhaps a conversation or a contact, anyway, that you had with a senior advisor to Matt Hancock. I think it must have been the 31st of January, who, according to this at any rate, suggested that perhaps the plans weren't as well prepared as the assurances that were being given. Can you tell us a little more about that exchange you had?
Yes, that was the first time for me somebody had raised questions about pre-preparedness at that point. You know, they mentioned that while the no deal preparations had helped support some of the government's planning, they were just concerned about supply chain issues and other such things, and were not sure we were in as good a place as potentially was being represented. It wasn't a sort of panic. It was just someone flagging that maybe this needs a bit more attention.
As you've just said, and as we'll see, the mood of confidence lasted long beyond the 31st of January. So
Correct.
Did you do something about this warning that you've been given, or not?
So at that point, and I can't quite remember the beginning dates, I started to host a sort of cross-Whitehall meeting with the communication professionals, which we would invite departmental heads and arms-length body heads like the NHS to come into number 10 and just raise the sort of issues that they were getting, because I think part of the problem the communicators were feeding into me was we're being asked a lot of questions by the media, and we don't really have any answers to many of these questions. So we tried to begin then a sort of central hub where at least I was getting the information from source, so to speak, and then we try and shake the tyres a little bit, kick tyres, sorry, in number 10. I think soon after, Mr. Cummings as well started a senior team sort of meeting in number 10, focusing on COVID. I think this was more sort of mid-February, I would suspect.
Right. Let me ask you, Mr. Cain, about the Prime Minister, about Boris Johnson's approach at this time. Paragraph 21 of your statement, you refer to the fact, of course, we know that he did not attend or, in fact, chair a whole series of early COBRA meetings. You say that he was focusing his time on the issues outlined. I think you mean those other priorities that
yes,
we've just
correct.
mentioned, don't you? And he took a 2-week holiday. But you go on to say that you don't now, I think, criticise the Prime Minister for using his time in that way during that period, because this was a reflection of the prioritisation that we've discussed. Is that right?
Correct. And I think, and also in defence of the Prime Minister, and there are certainly things that the Prime Minister got wrong, but I think in this early stage he is receiving assurances that everything actually is being well prepared and we're in a good situation to handle things, and nobody's sort of setting up the warning flares to him or to the core team. So his behaviour at this point isn't irrational to focus on some of the other issues that we shouldn't forget were large-scale, significant issues at the time.
And that's an issue that you yourself were asked to take some role in. You investigated allegations of bullying, and that was something that was going on at very much this time.
Yes.
You mentioned there also, you say there's no clear pattern of working with Mr. Johnson. This is something we'll come back to, but was that an extraordinary matter?
I mean, that's a very good question. I'm not sure whether there would ever have been a normal pattern of working for Mr. Johnson, but I do know that the kind of monomaniacal focus of him and his political team, for reasons which I'm sure that they would happily give, on just focusing on EU exit from July 2019 and then getting to the election, meant that they, at least in the way it was communicated to us, everything else could wait. Everything else could wait till after this question was settled, and then there was going to come a very large amount of change, and we were just not sure what that change was ever going to be.
And just going back to the beginning of this paragraph, these are all matters that you say contributed to this sense of being on the back foot at the beginning of that year, and that was one of them, was it?
Yeah.
And lastly here, you talk about unhealthy habits that had developed in the Cabinet Office and Whitehall during the previous period. Was one of those the sense of bypassing cabinet government?
Yes.
Well, I think I won't ask any more about that. I'm going to come back to that in due course. Let's move on, Ms. McNamara. I want to ask you then about those early months of 2020 and the emergence of the pandemic. The inquiry has now heard a lot of evidence about what took place in January, February, March of that year, the developing understanding both of the scientists and people at the centre of government of the virus, SAGE meetings, COBRA meetings, and so on. Can you just give us an insight into how the pandemic impinged on your own work as you went about, no doubt, many other things in the Cabinet Office in that period?
Of course. So we were obviously aware that there was this emerging problem. Probably the most visibility I personally had of that was via the Cabinet Secretary's Monday morning meetings. So, as I suspect is normal everywhere, he'd gather his top team together and we would cover what was happening. And so that was the place that from very early in January, I remember first hearing about the response to the virus, which was very much framed as an international rather than a domestic problem at that point. And then I occasionally attended the morning meeting on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary. So this is the Prime Minister's daily meeting. And I would have picked it up from there. And then obviously in the Cabinet. So as well as being somebody who could see what was happening in the world, yeah. But in the Cabinet Office, that's where I first understood what was happening.
And just to be clear about this, we've already established what your role was. You told us of at least one other thing that was taking up your time during that period, the issue around Priti Patel and her permanent secretary. But we shouldn't get the idea, should we, that it was part of your job to deal with COVID. You were at a higher level than that, overseeing the entire work of the Cabinet Office. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Sorry, this is probably going too much into civil service structures. There was a separate permanent secretary of the Cabinet Office. What I was overseeing was the kind of old-fashioned operation of government. I wasn't ever responsible for any of the teams who were preparing for or running crisis response or any of the... I had no direct line management over any of these teams, no.
Yeah. If we could look back, please, at paragraph 18 of your statement, the last sentence or so, you refer to the fact that the Prime Minister at this stage was stressing the importance of not overreacting in the response, something he said often resulted in greater damage than the initial threat, and that he linked or likened COVID to past viruses such as swine flu. Is that something that he said more than once during that period?
It was. I think he was alive to the fact that previous health issues that had sort of taken hold, in years gone by, had proved to be sort of not as first anticipated. And I think he was worried about the government being swept up in a sort of media hysteria and overreacting and causing more harm than he would otherwise. And again, I think that he has a certain colourful phrase of language sometimes, but I think it was right and proper that we were looking to provide challenge to what potential options were at that point.
Now this is January or so. As we'll see, it's right, isn't it, that in fact Mr. Johnson carried on stating that he didn't want to overreact to COVID for some considerable time after that, even when perhaps other indicators were that this challenge was going to be more serious.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's just look, if we can, at INQ 000-48313, please. It's a lengthy document. Thank you. Page 49 of that. So we see here, this is, let's say, a month on. It's the end of February. And it's a message from you to a number of people within Number 10, including Boris Johnson. And we see towards the bottom of your message, you're saying the PM should chair a COBRA every Monday with Hancock and officials doing the rest of the week. Can we take it then that some time has passed and you are now saying things are more serious, we've got to move up through the gears?
Yes.
And we can see Mr. Johnson's response suggesting that he's keen to fall in with that plan.
Yes, that's correct.
And we know that, in fact, the first time that Mr. Johnson chaired a COBRA was a day or two after this, I think it was the 2nd of March. But if we can then move on, please, to page 68 of this document, and zoom in on the bottom, the green message at the bottom, please. Here is a message from Dominic Cummings to you on the 3rd of March, so the day after Mr. Johnson chaired his first COBRA, a month after that January period that we were just discussing, where the message seems to be that Mr. Johnson still doesn't think it's a big deal. He doesn't think anything can be done. His focus is elsewhere. He thinks it'll be like swine flu. He thinks his main danger is talking the economy into a slump. Now, you very fairly said a moment ago that in January you didn't criticise the Prime Minister for thinking more about 5G, HS2 and so on. What about in early March?
I think the Prime Minister was not alone in not doing as much as we should by early March, given the scale and the evidence that was all over our TV screens at the time. So, yes, the Prime Minister should have done more, but I think also, the team around him and across Whitehall should have done more.
But as you say, in the course of attending these meetings and no doubt simply being in Downing Street in the Cabinet Office, you certainly became aware of the pandemic and the way in which it was being treated. Yes. And I'd like to take you to just a couple of references in your statement about this. First of all, if we may, paragraph 24 of your statement, which is on page 13. And here you are discussing that part of your role which involved drafting briefs for the Cabinet, for the Prime Minister, for his Cabinet meetings. And picking it up towards the bottom of that paragraph, about 6 or 7 lines up from the bottom, you say, in practice, in this case, the tone of the Cabinet briefs on the coronavirus, and in particular the injections of caution I made about the uncertainty of the picture, did not register with Mr. Johnson. He rarely referred to the brief. In those early Cabinet meetings in particular, Mr. Johnson was very confident that the UK would sail through, and we should all be careful of overcorrecting in advance of something that was unlikely to have a huge impact, and for which, in any case, we were well prepared. Just to get the timing clear, at the beginning of that paragraph, you say we're talking now about January, February. And was that your experience of Mr. Johnson's early approach to the disease?
Yes, and it was a pretty confident climate in general, so it wasn't unusual for the message that we were going to be great at it to be the kind of general overriding message of anything that was brought before the Cabinet.
Just pause there, because there's another passage I wanted to ask you to look at, which is on page 15. It's the last few lines of paragraph 27. I think this really picks up the point you were just making, Ms. McNamara. Now you're talking about being at not the Cabinet meeting, but the early morning meetings. And you say, during this period, 4 lines from the bottom, the atmosphere and discussion in the morning meetings I intended was confident and macho. This in itself was not a new thing, but it seemed even more so than usual. We were going to be world-beating at conquering Covid-19 as well as everything else.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just that it was striking that something that I felt personally was obviously deeply worrying, that there was a sort of de facto assumption that we were going to be great without any of the hesitancy or questioning or that sort of behind closed doors bit of government, which isn't about saying everything's smashing and going brilliantly, but actually being a bit more reflective and checking that everything's going to be quite as great as we'd like it to be. And that tone, in my observation from these discussions, was just completely and utterly absent.
And just moving on further down this page at paragraph 29, you refer to one particular incident, which obviously was one that you remembered. Now we're in early March, and in fact you've linked it to the day when there was an issue about the Prime Minister shaking hands at the hospital, which we know was the 3rd of March, so you're right, it's early March. And picking it up about 5 or 6 lines down, you refer to the jovial tone. You say, but the jovial tone, the view that in implementing containment measures and suspending work and schooling, the Italians were overreacting, and the breezy confidence that we would do better than others had jarred with me. And just carrying on, you described raising at this meeting concerns that you'd essentially picked up at the school gate or on your sort of parents' WhatsApps, and saying surely we should just pause for a moment. And Chris Whitty supporting you. But then, to finish off, if we go over the page, you say that after that sort of moment, shortly after, the conversation went back to the assertion that we were so well prepared, we shouldn't panic. And you say you left the room even more concerned that we were in the wrong place tonally, feeling I had been patronised for raising the point, and I was particularly bothered by the supreme confidence I had heard.
I think, yes, and obviously that is accurate. I think that the thing I was most concerned about at the time is I really thought that people wanted to know the right thing to do. I wanted to know the right thing to do. You know, should we be keeping our children off school if they had a cough? Should we be seeing vulnerable people and grandparents? It really wasn't clear, and I happen to have great faith and confidence in that most of the time people will do the right thing. And I felt it was that disconnect that I felt so strongly that actually, if we could just tell people what the right and kind and proper thing to do is, people would do that. And sitting there and saying it was great and sort of laughing at the Italians was it just felt completely, well, it felt how it sounds.
What about you? Did you think by early March it was a big deal or not?
I think so. I think we all thought it was a significant challenge and something that was going to be, you know, the only thing that we were focusing on for an awful long time. I think it was more of, you know, how and what should we be doing at that point. I don't think there was any clarity of purpose, any really serious outlined plan to deal with COVID at that particular point. And I think that was the core failure was, you know, what were we supposed to do? You know, I'm not an epidemiologist. You know, that's not what the expertise I would bring. I think, you know, there was the lack of clarity of what we should be doing at that point, really.
You may have answered in part my next question, because I wanted to ask you whether this was just sort of macho posturing or whether it actually had an effect on policy. And is it the case then, do you think, that this approach you're describing slowed down or even prevented the government from doing perhaps the messaging that it ought to have done?
I think it would be quite hard for me to know, because there is a, you know, if you are in that sort of meeting with that sort of Prime Minister in that sort of environment, it's quite hard to be the person who injects a note of caution or says, I'm not really sure about this. Or so I can't say that it wasn't, you know, I can't presume that because that's what I heard, that elsewhere there weren't also people saying, hang on a second. I imagine that there were, actually. It's whether they were heard or not that I think is the question. And I would say undoubtedly that the sort of unbelievably bullish, we're going to be great at everything approach is not a smart mentality to have inside a government meeting.
I want to just look at another part of your witness statement, which relates to something that's going on at the same time. It's the question of your response to the way in which restrictions about football matches were addressed. It's page 29, paragraph 52. So you refer, in fact, to the 2nd of March, so perhaps a day or two before that meeting that we were just discussing. And you say then that you attended both the Prime Minister's morning meeting and also a briefing for opposition frontbench politicians, which, as we'll come to see, was another of your duties, was it not?
Yes.
And you described this was at a time when there was an issue as to whether attendance at football matches should be restricted, and the government's policy was that it wasn't necessary because everyone was outdoors. And you had concerns about this, which was in part prompted by a discussion with opposition politicians.
Yes, that's right. And this is, probably it's at this point that alarm bells start really ringing in my mind. And it might be a good point to say it's actually quite important in terms of the operation of government that you don't start interfering with other people's day jobs, particularly when you're senior. So I was quite careful at this period of time to try to understand what was happening rather than to kind of immediately go to marching about, questioning and saying this doesn't feel right to me. So I felt that was the proper thing to do. I wish absolutely I had said more and done more and trusted my instincts much earlier. I don't think there's anybody who's going to sit before you who isn't going to say that about what happened in the February in particularly. But this was a good example of the opposition politicians who, throughout this period, were entirely reasonable in asking questions in private and not criticising the government in public. That it was the Shadow Health Secretary, as I say here, had said that, had asked a question about why going to the football was okay, given what he and I knew about going to the football, which, yes, of course, when you're in the stadium shouting into the ground, that probably is low risk of transition. But when you're in the pub or on the train beforehand or in the concourses, you're incredibly close to other people. And I should say I spent a long time at the Premier League, a long time after this, trying to make going to football grounds safe in terms of COVID transition. But I was worried that the fact that the kind of house view was that football games were okay showed, and this is not a criticism of the people, it's a criticism of process and of other things, that nobody who was involved in that discussion had probably ever been to a football game in quite the way that most people go to football games. And it was that gap between what I knew to be how most people live their lives and what was really happening in places, and this theoretical idea that standing outside singing was okay, that made me worry about what other disconnects there might be. It wasn't just about football, it was that this seemed like a big problem if people were thinking that something was one thing when it was really something completely different.
Yeah. Well, let's come on to that, Mr. Cain, because, of course, that message was sent on the 3rd of March, and that was the same day, in fact, as the COVID action plan that you've already mentioned was published. You refer to this at paragraph 30 of your statement on page 7. I think it's fair to say you're quite dismissive of this plan in your statement, Mr. Cain. You refer to it, we can see about 4 or 5 lines down, as a swiftly prepared document published to provide some context to the options we had and the thinking behind our COVID response. But then a few lines further down, you said many in government, including senior officials and politicians, repeatedly referred to the action plan as the actual government plan to manage the pandemic. This was surprising, as the document had little detail and was clearly only useful as a communications device. Now, you, of course, were the Director of Communications. At the time, in early March 2020, did you see it as just a piece of PR, or did you think that it was actually the plan?
I mean, anyone who reads the document, will see that it's not a plan to deal with COVID. If it is a very thin overview of how we may manage the virus if it progresses. I mean, the first element of it was contain, and even by that point, I think contain was really off the table. So it just felt a strange document for people to be referring to as an actual government plan at that particular time. And I think that was an area when, quite a few people in number 10 were starting to get concerned, because if this is the plan, then we clearly don't have a plan.
So we've touched on the sort of macho culture, overconfidence, but this is another theme that we'll come back to in your statement, won't we? A concern about lack of real-world experience around the table amongst those who are taking these decisions.
Yeah.
Going back, though, if we may, to that question of overconfidence, one of the points that was made, that you've referred to, was this idea that there was a plan. Not just a plan, but a very good plan, a world-beating plan. And if we can look, yes, at paragraph 30, thank you, on page 16, you say, you refer to the action plan that was published in March, early March. And you say, in retrospect, this is an extraordinary document, given that so many of the assertions about how well prepared we were would turn out to be wrong only weeks later. But it goes, as you say, in the statement some way to explaining that level of confidence at the time that there were plans in place. Now, we heard Mr. Cain yesterday giving his evidence about this plan, saying that when he read it, he thought it was a sort of communications document. It had no substance to it. Did that strike you at the time?
So, of all of the things I had to go back and read, I found rereading this document one of the hardest in retrospect, because it's so far away from what the reality turned out to be. I, like Mr. Cain, I thought it was a communications document, and that underneath it there would be things that I would recognise as a plan, as in who's doing what by when, what's the strategy, some enormously laborious bureaucratic documents which, you know, I knew and loved at the time, and I thought that's what there was. And it was, of all of the shocking things at that period of time, discovering that there wasn't actually that sort of document.
And if we look at the next paragraph, paragraph 31, we see you do say that at around this time in early March you started asking for the plans, so-called, you've used inverted commas, so that you could dovetail the advice that you would be giving with the plans that you thought were about to be taken out of the drawer and implemented. Do you take a part in drafting that plan, or the document?
I'm sure I would have been involved in, in discussions with it. I can't quite remember the depth of my involvement.
Did you have the concerns that you're expressing now at that time?
I think I had concerns that we didn't have. I mean, the document itself was not, that it wasn't the issue. The document itself is fine. The purpose for the document was a concern, and I think that's when there was, challenge made of, okay, well, what is our actual plan at this point?
We can see the last sentence of that paragraph there. You say, the fact that many senior figures kept referring to the document as, quotes, the plan, this document that you've described as being very thin, shows that in reality the government had no plan to deal with the pandemic. Is that something that you felt at the time?
Yes, it was. I mean, there was a, I say we talk about flattening the curve, and there was a strategy, but there wasn't a plan, which I think is, the detail of how you're going to do these things was somewhat absent.
Did you raise concerns about it then?
I honestly can't remember the details of the concerns I raised at that point. I think I would have spoke to people about, because I think the challenge for us is we were getting information from the media. It'd be like, okay, what are the fundamental details around that? And I remember at the time we were not able to provide a lot of that, colour and detail underneath it. So I'd have raised that from a media perspective, but I wouldn't have been challenging the sort of scientific assumptions. No.
It was at around this time, and we may hear more detail later today, that Dominic Cummings was demanding to see the plans, calling particularly for the Department of Health to provide these pandemic plans that everyone had spoken so much of. Were you aware that he was making those inquiries, requests, demands?
Yes, I was. I think at that particular time there was probably only Dominic who was really forcefully being agitated and sort of, kicking the tires quite robustly. I don't think he got a great deal of information back, if I recall.
Did you ever find those plans?
No,
Do you think they existed?
I don't know. They didn't exist in a way that was usable or that anybody had. And I think these are not. There is the Cabinet Office Crisis Response Plan, but there is also that the pandemic readiness was the responsibility of the Department for Health. So the working assumption, incorrect, was that the Department of Health had a whole series of plans that were ready for this, and that there then was a sequential or related series of plans for the Cabinet Office to coordinate. But I don't think anybody in the Cabinet Office thought that their beginning, middle and end of their whole job was responding to the pandemic. They were supposed to be coordinating the plans that other people had that had existed and were practiced. I don't think I saw a plan for that either, by the way. I'm not saying that both of these things existed, but it's sort of a gap on a gap rather than...
So we're talking about plans that should have been drawn up in different places.
Yes.
But at least part of the problem, perhaps what you really wanted to see were those plans from the Department of Health focusing on this pandemic preparedness set of issues.
Yes, and I don't know if it will be possible to... There might be very good reasons why you can't publish these, but I attached to my witness statement the Eurozone contingency plans that we had in the Cabinet Office, and they go into... There's an operations manual, there's a meetings manual, there's a communications manual. It's basically a lot of groundwork, which even if there had been plans, they wouldn't have been perfect for this time. I think it's important to say that too. But that was the sort of thing that I thought existed, and or something like the plans for no deal exit, which were incredibly thorough and ready to go, in that it was perfectly possible to pick it up and see what meeting happened in what order. And the thing that I thought I was doing was just taking all of that planning and then putting on top of it, this is how we will manage cabinet and collective decision making, and these are the structures and way we should arrange ourselves in the Cabinet Office. I don't think even at this time I really understood that wasn't in fact the question.
There was nothing for you to start with from the Department for Health?
No.
Now we know that the week that followed the publication of the action plan, the week starting on Monday, the 9th of March, leading up to the 13th, was an action-packed week. There were at least 2 COBRA meetings, and we'll come on to mention the discussions at the end of that week and the weekend that followed. But first I'd like to go back to the earlier 48313 document, please, and look at page 22. Yes, thank you. So this is a text or a WhatsApp sent by Dominic Cummings to Boris Johnson on the 12th of March, so the Thursday of that week, where he says, "We've got big problems coming, cab off, Cabinet Office is terrifyingly shit, no plans, totally behind the pace, me and Warners and Lee Slacky are having to drive and direct." I take it that the Lee there is a reference to you.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you received that WhatsApp, but do you remember during that week being one of those group of political advisors who were somehow having to drive and direct the government machine? Is that something you would normally expect to have to do?
I think that the communication side drove a huge amount of the government machine during my entire time. Often, actually, in terms of looking at areas of policy, it's often comms colleagues that can find the holes and see where the problems are, because you get an understanding of where journalists will look and where things might unravel. So you're often kicking the tyres. I felt in COVID more than anything, actually, there were periods when a lot of the policy was having to be drafted by, or certainly shaped by, communications professionals, because there wasn't really anybody else doing it to any great level, which was a surprising thing to have to be dealing with from my side.
I want to press you a little bit, Mr. Cain, about whether the extent to which you endorse what Mr. Cummings was saying here. He's clearly saying, isn't he, that the reason that you and others are driving and directing is because those who should be doing it, that is the Cabinet Office, are not. I mean, to use his words, they are terrifyingly shit. Do you agree with that?
I might not quite use the same language, but, you know, generally, yes.
And you detail in your statement, Mr. McNamara, but you say you've gone back and thought why you didn't challenge this earlier, why you had this assumption, which, to be fair, we've heard you shared with many other people, that there were these plans in place. And you give a number of reasons, and I just want to pick up, in fact, on the last one. So if we can go to page 20 of your statement. It's the little Roman 6 at the top. You make the point that the Cabinet was told, in your words, time and time again by the Health Secretary that we had plans in place.
Yeah.
In your hearing?
Yes.
Was there any ambiguity looking back?
No.
Had you assumed that when he said that, he knew what he was talking about?
I assumed he'd seen them and been through them and thought they were adequate. I thought that's what he was saying.
As it turns out, that really couldn't have been the case, could it?
I mean, you'd have to ask him, but I would not understand a scenario where these plans did exist and yet we never got them.
Can I move on and ask you about just one other issue relating to this period, and that's the so-called chickenpox parties. It's page 32 of your statement, paragraph 59. Again, we're still talking about that early March period. And it's been publicly discussed, has it not, this idea that your boss, the Cabinet Secretary, Mark Sedwill, was talking at this stage about chickenpox parties. And Mr. Cummings was asked about this yesterday, and his evidence was that he was profoundly shocked when he heard about these discussions, because they seemed to him to indicate quite how far removed from reality, if you like, people's understanding, including Mr. Sedwill's, were of the pandemic and how far it had reached. In your statement, first of all, let's be clear, you say that you're not sure that actually Mr. Sedwill advocated chickenpox parties, but you think it probably was something that was discussed by him in the Cabinet Office. And as I read it, your take on this is that, if you like, it provides an insight into the way people were thinking about the pandemic as late as early March.
I think it really shows our lack of understanding. I think our collective, and I can't say what basis this was on, but I don't think we understood how serious COVID could be for certain people. I don't think we properly understood any of the serious consequences like long COVID, any of these things. And I think we definitely did have the mindset that the thing to do was to, you know, if you had COVID, then you'd be better, and then it would be better because you weren't going to get COVID again. The notion that we'd be reinfected. Now, that could just be our collective ignorance rather than something that was said. I definitely don't remember Mark Sedwill advocating chickenpox parties. We were talking a lot about family dynamics and what people would do. I mean, and by the way, I think chickenpox parties are a very bad idea. But it's more revealing of what we were thinking at the time and our level of our lack of understanding, I think.
So, can you give us a bit more detail then? I mean, who was it? Individuals or sections within the Cabinet Office that were failing at that crucial moment?
I think the point really was nobody quite knew, who was the point person, who was in charge, who should be driving this machine, who is meant to be in charge of coordinating of all the policy. If you ask me now who was supposed to be doing that in those early weeks and months, I couldn't tell you. There was nobody holding their hands up, taking responsibility. It would move around, and it fundamentally, like all problems, comes into number 10 and a small group of people who have to make the best of things.
Well, just finally on this, presumably the Cabinet Secretary would usually be someone who would take a lead in responding to a developing crisis. Mr. Cummings makes no bones about his views about Mark Sedwell's conduct at this stage. He says he's out to lunch, he hasn't a Scooby what's going on, and his own officials know that. What do you say to that?
I was had a good relationship with Lord Sedwell. I think he's an incredibly talented official. I wouldn't have known where the responsibility came for who should be doing X in the Cabinet Office. I would be looking probably a lower level, DG level, maybe for someone to lead that. So, I couldn't really comment on that.
But overall, is this fair? You may not use those words. You perhaps didn't have as much to do with Lord Sedwell as he is now as Dominic Cummings, but the general theme of lack of leadership, chaos, if you like, is one that you agree with?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me move on to a different, although related, subject, and it is this idea of, quotes, following the science. It's paragraph 36 and page 21, if we can. And just picking it up from the start of that paragraph, you say, you remember conversations in the same period as we're talking about now, in late January, early February, where those of us working together in number 10 and the Cabinet Office, at one step removed from the handling of the response, expressed doubt about the argument that we should, quotes, follow the science. And you go on to say this is one of those areas where you wish you'd been able to access your phone because you have a memory that you were texting or WhatsApping people about this. Is that right?
Yes.
But as we'll see, it wasn't just texts, because there were some emails that you sent about that, and we'll come to those. But if we move on, if we can, to... well, no, sorry, could we stay with paragraph 36, please? You make it clear that the concern wasn't that you thought that Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance, and no doubt all of those who supported them, were anything other than excellent scientists who could provide scientific advice. What you go on to sketch out is a slightly different concern. Perhaps you can explain it.
I thought it was a very odd thing to say. It's not what governments normally do, is just decide that they're going to blindly follow advice from something else. So that's my first question with it, is why are we following, is that the right thing that a government should be doing, is following the science? And I also, probably more significantly, didn't understand what the science was, and thought it felt both like, to my first point, a bit of a cop-out. We're not making any decisions, we're just following the science, and an unfair one on the scientists in particular. And then secondly, there's so much and so many different scientific questions involved, and even I, who's not an expert, could see that. So I thought it was an odd thing to stick so religiously to, although I could see its value as a comms line.
If we look at paragraph 38, which is over on the next page, you make a further point, Ms. McNamara, which as I understand it, is that perhaps because science was something that people were less confident about, people at the centre, than other areas, it was almost like a safety blanket. because epidemiology, no doubt modelling, is actually really quite complicated science, which decision makers didn't feel confident with. They reached for this idea of following the science in a way that, to use the point you make there, they wouldn't have done in another situation. For example, economics. And you say it would have been laughable to propose following the economics, but nonetheless, people did say they would follow the science.
Yes, and I should say there are a very large number of very brilliant scientists and people with scientific backgrounds working in Whitehall, so it's not that they're not there, it's just that they're rarely in the kind of upper echelons of the civil service in the Cabinet Office, and also in the kind of ministerial and political environment. So that was my point, really, that that sort of ignorance, which I would, Mr. Cummings and I are both history graduates, so there's only so much of your own learning and knowledge that you can apply to asking good questions. And I think that we were collectively underconfident on being able to ask questions about science, even though we had some very good scientific advisors around us.
Let's move on. I want to ask you about the discussions around the first lockdown decision. And if we can start by going to page 8 of your witness statement. We see there the heading, amended strategy, nationwide lockdown. That's the description, isn't it, of the change from the mitigation strategy to the lockdown suppression strategy that we've heard a great deal about in the last few weeks. And we've also heard from other witnesses, and we will hear from others, about that series of meetings that took place on Friday, the 13th, and then into the weekend, where that decision crystallised. Is that fair?
Yes.
I just want to ask you really about two issues relating to that sequence of events. And the first, if we look at paragraph 33, you describe there, as part of the reason for this change of tack, what you describe as new modelling overseen by Mark and Ben Warner showed that unless the government urgently changed course, the NHS would be overwhelmed within weeks. And if we just zoom out, again, we can see you make a similar point again at paragraph 34B. We don't need to go to it, but you refer to the new modelling, which I take it you mean the modelling you describe in paragraph 33. Was your impression then that at around this time, towards the end of that week, something had changed in the modelling or the numbers, which was telling you something about the threat to the NHS which hadn't been known before?
So I think it was our assumptions at this particular time and what we'd been told in the weeks prior, that a suppression strategy wouldn't work. People could only sort of undergo sort of 12 weeks of this kind of, hard measures. So I think it's important to understand this. So suppression wouldn't work, and if we did suppress, as soon as we unlocked, we would then see a second spike, NHS overwhelmed. So I think it's important initially to say that the reason we didn't even consider or discuss a suppression strategy at that point is because the information was it wouldn't work. Now, at this point, we're obviously on the mitigation sort of strategy, which the core of that was along, the flatten the sombrero, wherever we were.
Squash the sombrero.
Yeah, that's the one. Which was a long, sort of elongated sort of peak that would stay underneath the capacity levels for the NHS and ensure that, when we did alleviate those measures, there would be a certain amount of herd immunity within the system. Important to reinforce that herd immunity wasn't a goal. We were told that herd immunity was an inevitability. Therefore, but how would we manage that? So that was the plan. I think what this I say new modelling, I was first aware of Mr. Cummings grabbed me on the Friday and said that, you know, I wasn't in the actual core meeting, I think that happened that day, dealing with something else. He grabbed me and said, you know, Ben and Mark had gone off and crunched the numbers, and whether it's new modelling, whether it's they look through, and actually our current plan means that we're going to not just go through the NHS capacity level, we're going to absolutely smash through the NHS capacity level, and you know, we're going to be looking at, you know, thousands of additional beds that we don't have, and ventilators and all these other things. So tens of thousands of people are going to die on this particular plan, and the NHS is going to be totally overwhelmed, and it's going to be worse than the scenes that people have seen in Lombardy and elsewhere. So at that point, you know, the only course was an urgent change of plan. So on the Saturday, it was, you know, he said to me, we're going to speak to the Prime Minister with a very select core team, talking through the issues of the three scenarios I've seen.
And so on. Well, let me ask you a more direct question about this. We've seen evidence, in particular from Patrick Vallance's diaries, but not only that, that he and others were frustrated about the fact that the Prime Minister, Mr. Johnson, didn't understand the science and would get it wrong, and they would have to repeatedly explain what they regarded as being quite basic points about infection rates, modelling, worst case scenarios, and so on. Did you experience that too?
Yes. As in, did I witness that?
Yes.
Yes.
Drawing this together, at paragraph 39, at the bottom of this page and going over to the next, you make the point that science was really only one part of the decisions, that sort of suite of decisions that was going to need to be made. If we can just skip to the next page and the end of that paragraph, you say the questions about how to respond to COVID were, in my mind, huge political, ethical, moral, social and economic questions that went to the heart of the kind of country we were or wanted to be, alongside a whole set of relentlessly practical operational issues, like the supply of food and medical equipment. There would be hard choices, and they should be made by elected ministers. Is that part of this disagreement that you had with this phrase of following the science?
Yes, I thought it was unfair in two directions. So never mind the point about what science and which scientists and does anybody understand the science, but this was going to be huge for the whole country and for everybody, and it wasn't right to abnegate responsibility to effectively an unelected group of people and put everything on their shoulders, both because it wasn't fair and right for them, but probably more importantly, it's not fair and right in terms of who these choices belong to.
Let's just look at a document where you raised this issue at the time. So it's tab 6 in the bundle, and it's INQ 285980. It's the top of that page. You're emailing Mark Sweeney in early March, and the second paragraph, there's a conversation about something else, and then you say, BTW, by the way, apart from my mini rant about the masculine tone, I have some views about the way we are treating science, like it's the word of God. We don't always go where the science leads us. Chris Whitty is exceptional, by the way, so this is not a pop at him, but the answer isn't just what is rational. And there's another email, which I won't bring up, at about the same time, where you make a similar point that this idea of following the science is giving too much weight to scientific advice.
Yeah.
So does this reflect the type of concerns you were expressing at the time?
It does. It does. And Mr. O'Connor, would you mind if I made a similar point? I don't know whether later in where my evidence we're going to get to talking about the Grenfell fire, but I can see that that's on the screen.
No, do.
And I just want to, you may see through my evidence that I am referring back to the learning I had from having been the Director General for Housing and Planning at the time of the fire. I just am always conscious that it's not just a policy experience. It was a tragedy that happened in our city, and 72 people lost their lives, and a lot of other people's lives were profoundly changed by that. And I wouldn't want anybody to see what I was saying or hear what I'm saying and not think that I don't acknowledge that as a separate thing. It's not. I think it's just important to make that clear.
I'm going to come to that meeting in a moment, but I just want to come back, if I may, to this point about the NHS being overwhelmed. And I think you've explained it very well, which is that you had previously understood that the mitigation strategy, as well as being one that was necessary because suppression wouldn't work, as you said, but the mitigation strategy could be achieved without overwhelming the NHS, and that this was something new that you were being told in these few days.
Yes.
That actually that's not right, that the NHS is going to be overwhelmed. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Correct. And I think the lack of data we had at that point is absolutely staggering in terms of, very early on, there was no dashboard, there was no live information flow, no understanding of, we would basically have a meeting where Dominic would ask certain people like Simon Stevens on, how much bed capacity there was, and it'd be jotted down on a whiteboard. There was no use of serious technology and data to try and get a live sort of minute by minute update. So we were very much behind the curve on all those sorts of areas.
Just sticking with this point about the NHS and Mr. Cain, because the evidence the inquiry has heard is that other people, in particular, for example, on SAGE, the scientists there, it had been apparent to them for some time. For example, Professor Medley said that, in his words, throughout February, it became increasingly clear that NHS capacity in the UK would be overwhelmed, and that's under the mitigation strategy. And others gave evidence to a similar effect. But if that is what they were thinking, and they tell us it was, it seems that wasn't a message that was getting through to you at the heart of Downing Street.
No, I mean, obviously SAGE is a very broad church, and with a lot of different views and a different counterpoints, and we would rely a great deal on Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance to which I think who did both an exceptionally good job of broadly giving a sort of coalesced view of that broad church. So we would often take the steers from them, which I think was the right approach.
Sure. Thank you. We see that. Last thing I want to ask you about this, though, is that what we see here is you talking to Mark Sweeney, who was another senior civil servant in the Cabinet Office, about following the science. Is this something you took up with Boris Johnson or elected politicians, expressing the type of views you've described today and which you seem to have been emailing Mark Sweeney about?
I don't remember raising it with Mr. Johnson, but I did see him regularly and felt very comfortable with being able to say what I thought to him and ask him questions. So it's perfectly possible that I would have said, what does this even mean? What is the science or something? I can't remember a specific instance, but it would be very surprising to me to have felt so clearly about something for a number of weeks and not to have said it to him. I would have done.
Let's move on in the chronology, Ms. McNamara. I want to ask you about that period in the middle of March. We've certainly had a lot of evidence yesterday about that time when the strategy changed. As you subsequently discovered, you were in fact coming down with COVID yourself, weren't you?
Yes.
On Friday the 13th and Saturday the 14th of March. And I think it's right that, was it the Saturday that was your last day in the Cabinet Office, and you dialed in to some meetings on the Sunday? And
So
then
I worked from home all day Sunday,
Yeah.
but decided not to go to the office because I was worried that I might have the virus by then.
Yeah, so we'll bear that in mind. But with that in mind, let's look at page 32 of your statement, please, and paragraph 60, at the bottom of the page. And you quote there the account which Mr. Cummings has given of that occasion towards the end of the day on Friday the 13th of March, where you walk in. I mean, as we'll come to see, perhaps we should have touched on this earlier. We've heard about Downing Street and the Cabinet Office being, as it were, places very close to each other, but with separate organisations. You were based in the Cabinet Office, were you not? But spent much of your time in Downing Street.
Yes.
And the account that Mr. Cummings has given is of you walking from the Cabinet Office into Downing Street and, in fact, into the Prime Minister's study that evening. He wasn't there, the Prime Minister. But you saying, and this is his account, but I think you agree with it, that you had just been talking to Mark Sweeney, whose name we've just seen, who was in charge of coordinating with the Department for Health. He said, that's Mr. Sweeney had said, but you're reporting it, I've been told for years there's a whole plan for this. There is no plan. We're in huge trouble. And then you said, expressed your view that I have come through here to the Prime Minister's office to tell you all, I think we're absolutely fucked. I think this country is heading for a disaster. I think we're going to kill thousands of people. As soon as I've been told this, I've come through to see you. It seems from the conversation you're having that that is correct. Point. 13th of March, or thereabouts, the warners say, look, under mitigation, the NHS is going to be overwhelmed. Mm. That was news to you. That's not something you had heard before.
To me at that point.
The second point I want to take you to, that takes us back to the meeting on Saturday, the 14th, which you referred to a moment ago. I think there was a late night discussion between advisors on the Friday and then a meeting with the Prime Minister and others. I think probably more than one meeting the next day on the Saturday.
Yes.
And if we can look, please, at paragraph 35, it's on the screen. You refer to that meeting. We've heard from others about it, and we'll hear from more people still. But if we look 5 or 6 lines down, you say there, the collective agreement in the room was that a full lockdown was the only strategy which could suppress the spread of COVID-19, save the NHS from collapse, and ultimately buy the government more time. Flattening the curve could only really work as an interim measure until full lockdown could be achieved. So is it fair to say, Mr. Cain, that there wasn't a sort of a decision made at that meeting to impose a lockdown, but as you put it, there was a collective agreement that really that was inevitable?
Yes.
Give or take a few words, is it right that that's an accurate account?
Yes.
It's very striking.
Yes.
No doubt you can still remember that moment of realisation.
Yes, it was horrible. So I think, you heard from Mr. Cummings yesterday. I think that, in effect, on either side of the link door, which is the door between Downing Street and the Cabinet Office, and my office was just above it, that we'd been sort of going through the same process, I think, in those previous 2 weeks, in the sense that there's just increasing concern that actually we were really radically in the wrong place. And my experience that Friday, where I had started with the morning meeting in Downing Street, I think, and then I'd done another briefing with the opposition, where their concerns, all the opposition parties and their concerns were entirely valid, and their anxieties were so clear and high. And I felt, listening to what the government side, my side of the table, was saying, I was more alarmed rather than reassured at the end of that meeting. And so I'd spent most of the day that Friday, on top of all of the other things that we'd been doing the previous week, really trying to gauge how much of a problem I thought we had. And it was a sense of foreboding, like I hope nobody sitting in that office ever has that again, actually. It was a very, very scary experience. But I felt that it wasn't in any doubt in my mind at that point that we were heading for a total disaster, and what we had to do was do everything in our power to make it impact as little as possible in the time we had available, in the circumstances that we were. Not what would have been better weeks or weeks ago, but from that moment on, what were we going to collectively do?
And the context then is the government has a strategy. It's in the action plan. It's contain, delay, mitigate, squashing the sombrero. And as we read this account, what was the real tipping point for you was suddenly realising the complete lack of any supporting planning to make that policy work. Is that right?
It's more that the scale of what was going to have to happen, I think, was just so outside of what anybody had thought might be necessary. So you'll have people before you who are much more familiar with the planning as it was, but that the fact that we would have to effectively ask everybody in the country to stay at home, and the impact that would have. It's one of the things, if you work in government, you can just start to imagine all of the consequentials that will be for what are you going to do about the prison service, what are you going to do about all of the other bits of public service, what about people who are vulnerable. You can just imagine, and I remember feeling this kind of explosion of all of the questions that we would need to be able to answer, and my fear that we wouldn't be able to answer them. And so we'd be trying to deal with these two things. We've got accustomed to talking about lockdowns, and we all lived through it. But if you go back to what it felt like at that time in March, it's sort of inconceivable that you would in fact do what we then went on to do. And I've heard a little bit about, should we have locked down earlier? We could not have gone any faster in a safe way, I don't believe, from that day. Now, could all sorts of other things been different beforehand? I'm pretty sure, yes, of course. But the scale of the undertaking was absolutely enormous. And I think it's, once we got used to sort of imagining you could lock down and open up and lock down and open up, there was nothing like that. There wasn't a manual or a playbook or anything.
And as we know, that lockdown was indeed announced, but not for over a week. It was on Monday the 23rd, so 10 days later that it was in fact announced. Looking back, was that a longer period than you would have anticipated as of the Saturday, the 14th of March?
Yes, but I think you also have to consider it's quite a big undertaking to lock down the entire country. There needs to be provisions, there's got to be guidance drafted, there has to be legislation penned, you have to be able to take people with you, the cabinet have to have agreements, so there's an awful lot that does have to happen in that space. All the communications we have to plan. So while it was longer than we would like, I think there is a justifiable reason as to why it has taken that time.
There's a lot to do, and I'm going to bring you to these points in a moment. You've described many of the things that had to be considered, and the wheels of government perhaps don't necessarily turn as fast as you would like. But also it's important to say that this was a very grave decision to take, and so the damaging effects of lockdown had to be considered as well. Is that fair? Let's look, please, at paragraph 40 of your statement on page 10. You do say in the first sentence there, the implementation of the policy, and that's the lockdown policy, isn't it?
Yes.
The implementation of the policy was delayed. And then you go on in the rest of that paragraph to make very much the point you've already made about the wheels of government turning and all the things that had to be put in place to achieve that decision. I want to ask you about what is perhaps another theme, though, of your statement, which is that another cause of that delay, if we want to call it that, was indecision on the part of the Prime Minister. And if we go to paragraph 42, please, so it's, we already have it. You say another challenge was that the Prime Minister would occasionally oscillate between lockdown and other potential policy options, a recurring theme during the critical decision points of COVID, and to some degree understandable given the gravity of the decisions. You say he worried about the impact on the economy. We've already seen that. And then you say this in the next paragraph: the system works at its best when there's a clear direction from number 10 and the Prime Minister. These moments of indecision significantly impacted the pace and clarity of decision-making across government. What were the Prime Minister's concerns around this time, Mr. Cain?
I think they were similar to the ones we've raised earlier on, is the government overreacting and will the cure be worse than the disease?
I just want to explore this issue. You said there that part of your thinking on this day was there was going to be a need to lock down, and how was that going to happen? As I said, the plan at the time was that there wasn't going to be a lockdown. There was going to be squashing the sombrero. And what we've heard from Mr. Cummings and others is that what made them realise at very much this time that there would need to be a change was that the plan, the mitigation plan, wouldn't work because the NHS would be overwhelmed. And it simply couldn't be done because it would involve too many people dying.
Yeah.
That's not quite what you've put here, and I'm just interested whether that was something that was in your mind, or whether it was more, as you've said, to do with the scale of the planning that was going to be needed.
I think that is a fair distinction, actually, and definitely the conversation that I then went on to have with Mr. Cummings and Mr. Glassborough and Mr. Warner in number 10, I understood from that conversation much more that there wasn't going to be this peak that we were going to get through or squash. There was going to be a long and sustained period of time. But I think at that time, I didn't feel I had a very good understanding of what the virus would be. I didn't have a very good understanding of the impact on NHS capacity. What I had a good instinct for was seeing what was happening elsewhere in the world and knowing, having had a number of conversations with Mr. Sweeney about the legislation that might be needed, that the worst case scenario, which worryingly was looking like something that might actually happen, not a worst case scenario, we just hadn't done any of the plannings. How are people going to get fed if they have to stay at home? What's going to happen to schools if people have to stay at home? And it was those more, which you might expect. My background is as a domestic policy civil servant, so that's probably where my mind went more than anything else. And I probably still, at that point, fervently hoped that the planning we would have to do for that extreme scenario wasn't in fact going to be needed. But I really knew we had to get that extreme scenario actually worked up.
I would say that it's pretty easy for advisors like myself to say Prime Minister should have done X, Prime Minister should have done Y. I do think that this was probably one of the biggest peacetime decisions in recent years that Prime Minister's had to undertake, and it clearly weighed incredibly heavy on him. And I think it's him and him alone who has to take that decision. So it is understandable that he wrestled with it. I think so. I have few real concerns over this period of time. I think, I'm sure we'll come later to the summer and the second lockdown, where I think it's slightly more difficult to defend.
Well, it's of course right that such a profound decision as locking down, with all of the damaging consequences that would follow, has to be carefully thought through. But it's right also, isn't it, that if one adds to that factor, what your word, oscillation, a degree of inability to take a decision, that can be a damaging thing, can't it?
Yes, I mean, decisions can sometimes be worse than the wrong decision in certain circumstances, and I think indecision probably was a theme of COVID that people did struggle with inside number 10.
I'd like to ask you about a WhatsApp exchange between you and Lee Cain that took place during this period, the week between Friday the 13th and
Sorry, between myself and...
Dominic Cummings. So it's 267920, please.
Whilst Mr O'Connor's getting that document up, Mr Cain, do I understand from what you said earlier that you would defend the 10-day gap between the decision taken that there had to be a national lockdown and actually implementing that decision? Because I find that curious.
As I said, I think it is longer than you would like, but I think it's important just to emphasise the amount of things that had to be done and the amount of people we had to take with us to deliver a nationwide lockdown. It's a huge, huge undertaking. And to be honest, my understanding of government, that is government moving at a tremendous speed, which maybe says more about government than other things. But you know, the machinery did feel like it moved quick for the machinery, but it's long. You know, it's definitely longer than you would hope.
We've heard you describe in your statement as well the series of meetings which then took place over that weekend, and we'll have other witnesses who can help us with those, so I'm not going to take you through them in detail, but I do want to ask you just about one of the meetings which you describe at paragraph 65 of your witness statement, so it's on page 35. And I think it would have been on the Saturday where you say that I think it was in preparation for a larger meeting involving more senior decision makers. There was what you describe as a scratchy meeting with the DHSC and others that Mark Sweeney chaired, where your words, you say it was clear that the DHSC view was to wait until the latest possible moment to tell people they had to stay at home. So what are you trying to convey by that word scratchy and the content of that meeting?
So I think when we were, and you're right, there were lots and lots of meeting notes and papers and details of all of the meetings that happened on that Saturday. When we were trying to find the note of this meeting, I think we worked out that it was actually on the Sunday. So it was the Sunday meeting of for the Prime Minister, and this was the prep meeting before then to make sure, it's a classic bit of civil servicing, to make sure that the civil servants all understand what the other civil servants are going to say, and that you've got some sort of coordination so you're using the ministerial time most effectively. The reason I remember this as scratchy is because at this point it felt like we really were in slightly different places in terms of a group of us in the centre who had got much further on how bad this must be quite quickly, and a perfectly reasonable, I should say, concern from DHSC, who knew as well, if not better than we did, that the planning wasn't there to support this, that there needed to be more time to get some of this planning actually done. So it's a bit of the scratchiness was precisely that. Yep. At this point, I think we were in an unbelievably urgent hurry to get to where we needed to be as fast as possible.
And one of the points that Mr. Cummings made in his evidence yesterday is that we shouldn't assume that there was some sort of transition from the containment plan to the suppression plan that everyone agreed with, and that it was seamless. In fact, over this weekend, people were disagreeing. There was uncertainty. It was by no means a smooth transition from Plan A to Plan B, and it sounds like you agree with that.
I do agree with that, and it's because I think we'd got to a different place much faster, and it's not. That is also reasonable if you think about it from the perspective of the DHSC colleagues involved. They were more well-versed, might well have understood better the consequences for the health operation. It's not, I wouldn't want to give the impression that they didn't have some valid points that they were making. I just think we'd moved into a different way of thinking about what might happen.
Yeah. Just lastly on this then, a couple of fairly high-level questions. Mr. Cain yesterday gave evidence that although, to be clear, no decision to lock down was made over that weekend, and I think that's commonly agreed evidence. His impression was that over that weekend it became the collective view, no doubt Mr. Cummings' point that not smoothly, but still it became the collective view that there would need to be a lockdown. Do you agree with that?
That's certainly how I saw it, yes.
As we've heard, you dropped out of the picture because you became unwell. But of course we know that the lockdown was announced about 10 days later on the Monday of the week after. Were you expecting the lockdown to happen earlier than that? I mean, you've given us a clue to your answer already in terms of how much needed to be done. But your own view, had you expected it to happen earlier or not?
I don't know is the honest answer. I thought it would happen as soon as it was possible to do it, because given there were some really big questions to ask and answer, I think.
And we've heard that a lot went on the following week involving Mr. Johnson and others, but you were not involved in any of that because you, in fact, your whole family got COVID.
Yeah.
You were off work from that Monday for, I think, the best part of 3 weeks.
Yes, I don't think the other thing I should say, and this might help you with the evidence in the emails and the records, I'm not sure we referred to it as lockdown at that point. I don't think we were talking about there being a lockdown. I think we were talking about people having to stay at home from memory.
Moving on then, looking ahead. Thank you. Let's look here, Mr. Cain. Let's not worry about the very top message, but second one down, there is a series of 4 messages from Dominic Cummings to you. And I think it's apparent that Mr. Cummings is in a meeting with Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak. And he says, first of all, get in here, he's melting down. Before I go on, let's just note the date. So it's the 19th of March. So the Thursday of the week after that Saturday meeting that we were just discussing. Then he says, Rishi saying bond markets may not fund our debt, etc. He's back to Jaws mode wank. What does he mean by that?
The PM at the time would refer to the mayor of Jaws from the film, who wanted to keep the beaches open. I think he had a routine from previous in his career where he would use that as a joke from one of his sort of after dinner speeches. But he sort of said, there's more harm coming. The mayor was right all along to keep the beaches open, because it would have been a long-term harm to the community. So it's a sort of reference to that.
And then Mr. Cummings says, I've literally said same thing 10 fucking times. He still won't absorb it. I'm exhausted just talking to him and stopping the trolley. I've had to sit here for 2 hours just to stop him saying stupid shit. And you say, I'm exhausted with him. There's then a gap for an hour, and it may be that there was then a press conference, because you then forward a tweet about someone who perhaps was watching that press conference, saying that they were confused by what Boris Johnson has said at it. And you say, as your message, no words. And then Mr. Cummings says, what did I say? It's only a matter of time before his babbling exposes the fact he doesn't know what to say. Now, the first thing to ask you, Mr. Cain, I mean, I think it's apparent from what you've already said that Dominic Cummings was someone you'd worked with for some time. You clearly had a close relationship with him. Was this just chatter? Was this just banter, if you like? Were you just agreeing with him because he was your friend? Or did you actually mean that you were exhausted with the Prime Minister and that you were despairing, if you like, of what he was doing and saying?
I think anyone that's worked with the Prime Minister for a period of time will become exhausted with him sometimes. He can be quite a challenging character to work with, just because he will oscillate, he will take a decision from the last person in the room. I think that's pretty well documented in terms of his style of operating, and it is rather exhausting from time to time.
You came back to work on April the 2nd, which, as I say, I think was about 2.5 weeks or so that you were off. And then, as we've heard, you were in post until February of 2021 when you left the Cabinet Office. During that time then, the Prime Minister was very unwell and there were issues for you to deal with in that regard. Your boss, Mark Sedwill, resigned and was replaced by Simon Case. You had serious concerns about conditions, working conditions at the Cabinet Office, and there were steps you took to try and address that problem. And there was an involvement on your part in a number of other COVID-related matters. So would it be fair to say it was a very busy, very demanding time for you following your return to work?
Yes, undoubtedly.
And if we can look, please, at paragraph 73 of your witness statement, so it's page 40. You give a, perhaps if we can just briefly zoom out so we can see the whole page. The title is Prisons, but you give us a vignette, if you like, of an incident that took place on your first day back, which will look, but I think you're suggesting that it in fact drew together some of the themes of your experience that was to come. What in fact happened, you say, was that a relatively junior member of the staff at Number 10 came to you with a concern about what was going to happen at prisons, and in particular, whether prisoners who were in unsafe conditions at prisons should be released or not. And without reading out the paragraphs, the essence of it is that you were surprised and concerned that a decision hadn't been taken at departmental level, and there seemed to be a certain amount of failure to take a decision that needed to be taken. Is that right?
Yes, I was worried, well, as I said in the statement, worried that the decision should probably have been taken in the department, and then if that wasn't going to be the case, it should have been taken in the Cabinet Committee structures that had been set up. So the notion this decision was still hanging and was dependent on the Prime Minister personally taking a view was a cause for concern for me.
You made the point in your statement, and you've made it again today, Mr. Cain, that if one is in the position of the Prime Minister and considering such a profound decision as ordering a lockdown, it's perfectly appropriate to weigh that decision carefully and to think about all of the negative consequences that will follow. But that's not what you're describing here. What we're seeing here in that critical period is someone who simply can't make up their mind and with whom two of his closest advisors are exhausted.
I mean, I think that's correct. I think there is a difference between weighing up the evidence and, you know, looking for challenge on policy issues and being sure that we are making the right decision. I think issues like if I remember correctly, the tweet there from Steve Swinford was regarding the press conference where I think he announced that we were going to turn the tide within 12 weeks, which we were frustrated by because I think the whole point of the suppression strategy, Chris and Patrick had been very clear that the suppression strategy would be a long-term endeavour. We were looking at, you know, probably a year where we were going to have to do pretty hard measures, alleviate them a little bit, go back into hard measures again to keep control of the virus until, you know, we were in a situation where a vaccine or another method came online, testing, that would allow us a route out. But we all knew it was a long-term challenge. And I think from a communications point of view, the Prime Minister indicating that we basically could be finished with COVID in 12 weeks was unhelpful because it set a very unrealistic sort of expectation of where the nation needed to be, because it's all about compliance at this point and being honest and transparent with the public about what to expect and how to expect it.
And that it had needed to be raised with you by a junior member of staff. That's not the way the government should have been running.
No, and I should say, although she was, I mean, technically in civil service terms, junior, rather brilliant, and the private secretary responsible for Home Affairs, so she was effectively doing her job. But the fact that it was a private secretary in number 10 who was having to force such a big question is not how government should operate, no.
I should have made that clear. I mean, she was junior to you,
Yes.
but that includes rather a lot of people in the civil service.
Yeah.
But then let's just look at paragraph 74 if we can, because you say, in retrospect, many of the systemic problems that caused substantial issues in managing the response were visible in this moment. First of all, the sucking into number 10 of too much of the decision-making by the political machine, and this compounding a narrowed perspective. Secondly, a general lack of knowledge or understanding of how large parts of the state operate. Thirdly, an over-ideological, in your view, approach to individual decisions. An absence of the accountable people in departments being involved or sufficiently involving themselves in decision-making. Cabinet government not serving its usual purpose. Unreasonable pressure on the number 10 private office. And finally, an absence of humanity. We will go to most, if not all, of those themes in the questions I'm going to ask you after a break that we may have shortly. But I wanted just to pick up on that very last consideration. You say an absence of humanity. It's a broad term. It's a powerful term. What did you mean by it?
I mean, I'm sure, as you say, we'll talk more about this in general, but I think in this particular example, it was the fact that there would be individual prison officers at risk, or public servants who were just, coming to work and doing their job, that individual prisoners who had already, in effect, been punished for the crime that they had committed by being in prison, the lack of care or comprehension that they then needed also to be looked after. There was a responsibility to look after those people. And then also that there was a responsibility to look after the families of the people for whom the prisoners might be returning back to. And it just felt very, very cold, actually, in terms of the decision making. But all of those broader points are true as well. I included this as an illustration. I'm sure there are countless more.
Yeah. Well, as I say, we will go on and touch on, as I say, I think most, if not all, of those themes. Mary, since I'm going to move on, may this be a good moment for a break?
Certainly. I shall return at 11:25.
All right.
Mr. Cain, you say it was unhelpful. One might think that was quite a well-chosen word from the communications world. Mr. Cummings is clearly expressing the view to you at the time, in the context of that, that he doesn't think the Prime Minister is up to the job. Did you agree with that?
I think at that point, and that's quite a strong thing to say, I think what will probably be clear in COVID, it was the wrong crisis for this Prime Minister's skill set, which is different, I think, from not potentially being up to the job of being Prime Minister.
What do you mean by the wrong crisis for this Prime Minister's skill set, Mr. Cain?
Could we use just straightforward English, Mr. Cain, please?
So I think he's somebody who would often delay making decisions, would often seek counsel from multiple sources and change his mind on issues. Sometimes in politics that can be a great strength. I think if you look at how he navigated Brexit, he allowed others to make decisions and jumped in the last minute, can take political advantage. I think if you look at something like COVID, you need quick decisions and you need people to hold the course and have that strength of mind to do that over a sustained period of time and not constantly unpick things, because that's where the problems lie. So I felt it was the wrong challenge for him mostly.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. McNamara, we had reached the moment where you returned to work following your period of illness with COVID. I think we said that your return day was the 2nd of April. And one of the issues that you had to address as soon as you got back was the question of the Prime Minister's illness and how the Cabinet Office was going to respond to that. I think it was a Thursday, that 2nd of April, and at that point, I think it's right that the Prime Minister was already ill and self-isolating in his flat in Downing Street, and he was admitted to hospital over that next weekend, and as we all know, became very ill. And you describe in your witness statement one of the tasks then that you had to address was thinking through how, as a matter of constitutional propriety, the government would continue whilst he was unwell, in particular in the event that he became too ill to communicate his wishes, which, as we know, he did. So you describe in your witness statement discussions that took place, decisions being made, and you refer to Dominic Raab as the first Secretary of State assuming certain responsibilities. And it's apparent, if we can, we don't need to turn it up, but at paragraph 94 of your statement, you refer to, in your words, having to make it up as you go along. And just, I'm going to take you to a document in a moment, but the sense of your statement is that there were no plans, a bit like we were talking before the break, there were no plans for you to reach for, to show you and your colleagues how you might address this problem. Is that right?
Yes, it is. And I think it's probably accurate to say that there were times of this period where it felt like working or living in a sort of dystopian nightmare, that just when one terrible thing had happened, then the next terrible thing was about to happen. And the Prime Minister being so gravely ill was obviously awful. It is fair to say that there's no magic cupboard you can open in the Cabinet Office that has a kind of, this is what you should do in these circumstances. But I wouldn't want to be too alarming around that, because there is also always precedent and practice and knowledge and expertise that you can draw on in those circumstances. But personally, it was very challenging. The Cabinet Secretary also had COVID at this point in time, and we felt very vulnerable, if I'm honest.
Right. Let me move on, Mr. Cain. I want to ask you a few questions about various communications strategies during the pandemic.
Just before you do, Mr. O'Connor, I'm just trying to work the meeting on the 14th of March. Everybody at the meeting and the Prime Minister at the time was there, so Boris Johnson was there.
The Saturday meeting, I think, was quite in a team, so I can't remember if CMO and CSA were there, but it's more the private office, political advisors. The following day was a wider cast list, if I recall, for a subsequent meeting on it.
But it was agreed that we'd have to go into national lockdown.
Broadly, I mean, it was agreed that we needed to suppress urgently, and then it was a case of how we do that, yes.
So what I want to know is, did the message then go out to all government departments? Basically, we're in war mode. You're going to have to start working out how we're going to cope with the national lockdown, how we get it into place. Was that the message that went out, or was there still oscillation in the days that followed as to whether we were going into a national lockdown? Had the decision been taken that weekend or not?
The decision can only be taken by Cabinet, so I think it had to go through Cabinet processes before that could move forwards. But I still think there was a certain degree of uncertainty of exactly what it would look like.
Presumably a Cabinet meeting could be called very quickly in times of emergency?
Yeah, I think it could, yes.
Was it?
I can't remember when. I think it was in days, but I can't remember how quickly.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. O'Connor.
No. As I say, Ms. Cain, I want to move on and ask you about some of the communications exercises during the pandemic. And I think if we can turn, please, to page 22 of your statement. You describe there, you talk about the stay-at-home, protect the NHS, Save Live campaign, which I'm sure probably everyone in this room will remember. If we look at paragraph 98 of your statement, you refer to that campaign having been conceived by what you describe as a small group of political advisors, including you, and some one or two people from a digital creative agency, who between you put that campaign together. And then at the next paragraph, paragraph 99, you refer to the fact that it was well regarded at the time, and people have praised that campaign subsequently. I mean, do you personally hold the view that that was a successful and effective campaign?
Yes, I think the only critique we got that it was too successful, which, and subsequently, people, some behaviours were hard to remove people out of. But I would push back on that really and say it did what we needed it to do.
I want to ask you a little bit about the middle section of that of the campaign slogan, the "Protect the NHS." We know, of course, we were discussing it a few minutes ago, that the need to stop the NHS being overwhelmed was one of the triggers for the lockdown. But it's also right, isn't it, that even at that very early stage of the pandemic, it was known that certain groups within society, elderly people, the disabled, people in care homes and so on, were at a heightened risk from COVID. Wouldn't it have been better to, instead of saying protect the NHS, come up with some language to encourage people to protect those people who were at the greatest risk from COVID?
No, I think in all due respect, I don't think so. I think that this was about ensuring we had maximum compliance. It was about ensuring that we were stopping the spread of the virus. That is the best way to protect everybody. The NHS has a very sort of special place and significance in in British culture. It's very powerful, and I think the slogan as it stands, to say we had to be looking at numbers of 94% of the public understood it and taking part, and the compliance rates show that it was very successful. As with anything, there's always things you can do better, but I think as a campaign, as a call to action, delivering what we needed to do, I genuinely don't think it could have been much better.
And we can get a sense of the thought processes and the work you were doing if we look at a document which is tab 13 in the bundle. It's 286029. And this is a document, Ms McNamara, you drafted, didn't you?
Yes.
And I think we underline the word draft, don't we?
Yes. I mean, this is one of the experiences of coming for these inquiries, is that you see your very, very first. This is the first draft of my thinking on that Sunday, I think, on the Sunday.
But we take it as we find it, Ms McNamara, but it's certainly a valuable insight into the types of issues that you felt you needed to consider at the time. And we can see you've put, well, the title, How We Manage While the PM is Ill, and scenario A being if he's ill but able to communicate, and B, if he's unable to communicate his wishes. And then we see, do we not, a series of, if you like, categories of decision-making, which perhaps reflected Cabinet Office directorates or areas of work, and a sort of first thought as to how you might manage who would take these decisions, whether they needed to be taken, whether they could be deferred. It's a battle plan, really, is it not?
It's the very first draft of it, and I think you have not that I could promise the later draft is much more polished, but you have got a more final version which lines up some of this, yes.
We see that then, if we go on to the second page, there's a series, in true good civil service style, of lines to take, questions and answers, the types of issues that you're obviously anticipating people, perhaps not necessarily the press, but people with whom you're dealing will want to know the answer. And we get a sense, perhaps, of that vulnerability you were just describing, and exactly how anxious and also sense of making it up as you go along. If we look at the third page, the question, what if the PM gets worse? So perhaps scenario C, and your fairly frank reflection, God knows what we say here, but final sentence, you don't think there's a world in which that level of uncertainty will stretch out in a way that is constitutionally, I think you meant sustainable, in other words.
Yeah.
If he does worsen, we'll have to make a plan. Is
Yes.
that really what you're saying?
Yes, and this is a conversational style because it's a document I think that I had written for then various teams to start fleshing out and writing the real kind of much more detailed Q&A. But this is entirely, yes, it's entirely in line with obviously what I was thinking that day.
Yeah. I just want to come back to that question of preparedness. We've been told many times that a pandemic, an influenza pandemic, in fact, was at the top of the National Risk Register. We've spoken about the plans that were or weren't made to prepare for such a pandemic. But even if it was a flu pandemic that was to emerge rather than the COVID pandemic that we know in fact took place, even in that situation, it would be entirely foreseeable, would it not, that people at the top of government, including the Prime Minister, would be affected by the illness. Don't you think, with that in mind, that this is the sort of thinking that should have been done in advance, not necessarily by you, but by the system?
So I do think there should have been more thinking in advance, and I hope that there is now. I'd be amazed and horrified if there isn't, about when you are in this particular kind of crisis where the key people can get ill or their families get ill or they suffer a bereavement, that there is a better set of plans and provisions, yes, for the Prime Minister, but also other ministers. And although you're absolutely right, there isn't a kind of open the box and here is the plan on a Prime Minister being ill. Fortunately, Mark Sedwill and I had in fact done some work and thinking about this in the summer of 2018, it must have been, just after we'd both taken up our role. And I should also point out there are obviously people whose job it is to think about these things in the Cabinet Office. So I was surrounded by people with deep constitutional expertise. But the nature of our constitution is that not everything is, well, very little is written down. Yeah. And in practice, what it relies on is sensible people making sensible decisions. I don't think anybody had foreseen the difficulties of trying to do this particular bit of thinking while actually the impact of the Prime Minister being so ill, or God forbid the worst happened, would also be even more significant a thing for the country. And the combined potential for that sort of instability was genuinely awful.
Given that you decided to use the reference to the NHS in the slogan, did you consult with the leadership of the NHS about how they should be referred to and the fact they were going to be included in this slogan?
I didn't directly have conversations with leaders of the NHS. The government machine will obviously keep everybody informed as to what the plans are and what we are communicating. That it will always go through, and no concerns were raised to me at any time.
Are you aware that subsequently, and I think during the pandemic, the NHS leadership did criticise this campaign? In particular because the concept of protecting the NHS created a risk that people would delay seeking medical treatment that they needed for other urgent non-COVID related health problems such as sort of heart problems or cancer or those sorts of matters. Did you know that was a concern that the NHS had? And frankly, I think that their view was that they weren't consulted, using that term.
Only after I'd left government, I think that had been brought to my attention. I would strongly stand by the campaign. I think, our overarching goal was to protect and save as many lives as possible. And we believed that this was messaging in a campaign that did that. I think if we look at why people weren't going to hospital at the time, it's because they were looking at what the scenes were in Lombardy and elsewhere and were frightened. I think there's a false perception that the messaging caused fears in people, but if you actually look at the metrics of where fear spikes when the virus spikes. People are very rational. They can see when they're most at risk, and they look to protect themselves in very sensible ways.
Mr. Cain, one of the reasons people weren't going to hospitals is because your campaign was telling them to not to use the NHS at that time because it was needed for the COVID pandemic. Isn't that right?
No, and I don't think that is what the campaign is telling people to do. And I think we were clear throughout COVID in interviews and other forms of messaging that obviously people with serious health concerns should seek help and go to to whether it's emergency care, wherever it is, as they would previously do so. What we were highlighting that there was a broader need for people to break contact. That was in order to provide care for those who needed it, and that would fundamentally save lives. And I'm very proud of what the team achieved during that period.
We have evidence that, in fact, the NHS were so concerned about the impact of this messaging that they had to develop their own communications campaign, as it were, encouraging people themselves to come back to hospitals with non-COVID related issues. Were you aware of that? It was called the Help Us, Help You campaign.
So we would have regular meetings with senior communicators from NHS England and from Department of Health. Never was this issue raised at any time with myself directly, and we say we would have these calls every week, if not multiple times a week. And I would also say that it's of course right and rational that the NHS should look to do sort of micro-targeted campaigns to those who may be at greater risk. That's of course very wise, but our approach, in number 10, is to try and have the maximum benefit as possible and save as many lives as possible. So, if you're looking to move into more nuanced spaces, it obviously breaks down the overarching message, and you could have wider negative contexts of, if we had lower compliance, the negative outcomes overall would be worse. So it's sometimes, not making the perfect the enemy of the good.
Of course, no doubt you're right to say that there are people in the Cabinet Office who are steeped in these sorts of issues. But I think you're also agreeing that it's very sensible to have some plans prepared.
Yes, and it will not surprise you to know that after this, we made sure that there were plans. And I was pleased to see in the Cabinet Secretary's statement that there are, in fact, now there's more robust arrangements in place. It's again not an experience you would want anybody to go through twice.
And just taking a step to one side, we've talked about the planning that was there or wasn't there for how to deal with this situation, the Prime Minister becoming very ill. But as you've mentioned, it's also the case that particularly at this time, sort of March, early April, there were an awful lot of people at the top of government who were ill.
Yeah.
Not just the Prime Minister. You've also mentioned Mr. Sedwill, who was ill. You were ill. Matt Hancock had COVID. So a whole group of you who were all at the core of decision-making, who all became unwell. And, of course, we don't know exactly how any of you caught COVID. But is it fair to say that there weren't the plans that there might have been, or the procedures or the safeguards that there might have been to stop quite so many people in and around Downing Street getting a transmissible virus at a time of a pandemic?
It's absolutely fair. And as I say, I really hope that there is more of a plan now. And it's probably the case that even weeks and weeks before, there was a decision to be made to go to the next stage in terms of the whole country, there should have been more care taken about the key people who might be involved in those decisions, and some of the things that then were put in place later in terms of having alternates and people not always being in the same room and all that sensible stuff about how would you minimise transmission. I would hope that that's there now.
I mean, no doubt you're right that there are some quite sophisticated plans that could be made. As soon as you know the virus is coming, let's think about separating people, let's think about taking extra precautions, all those clever things that you could put in place to try and minimise the risk that a number of people in a particular part of government will all be off at the same time.
Yeah.
But you refer in your statement to something far more basic. If we can look at page 95 of your statement, please. It's paragraph 194. So 4 or 5 lines down in that, well, let's start perhaps at the beginning. You say, as an organisation, the Cabinet Office excels in creating the kind of faceless bureaucracy that is maddening, even to those who are theoretically in positions of power. From the outset, there was a failure to recognise that there was a duty of care for the people who worked in Number 10, or the Secretariat, or the Task Force. And then this, even the basics were neglected. As a small but demonstrative example, it took 7 months after the beginning of the pandemic to get a hand sanitizer station by the link door between Number 10 and the Cabinet Office, a door with a pin pad that anyone who worked for the Prime Minister was constantly having to touch on their way through.
Yeah.
7 months, Ms. McNamara.
Even I was surprised by that when I went back into the record and saw how long it actually took.
It's all very well to think of those complicated arrangements, a bit like the royal family, to stop senior officials and politicians becoming infected. But if they're working between the Cabinet Office and Number 10, and they're all having to touch a touchpad, and there's no hand sanitizer, it's perhaps hardly surprising that so many of you got COVID at the same time.
It's not surprising at all, and also it's indicative of just a lack of care, actually, which I think was damaging in all sorts of ways.
Do you think that sort of planning has now been done, or systems have been changed so that we could have some confidence that if there was, let's say, a flu pandemic, just as transmissible, if not more so than COVID, perhaps there'll be some sanitizer on that touchpad?
I hope so, and I hope that people are better looked after, more importantly.
I want to move on to another topic, but another matter which concerned you as soon as you came back to work. And that was, you describe in your statement that as soon as you came back, really, you quickly realised that there were very serious problems with the Cabinet Office team, in part because they told you, members of staff that is, that they were working under great pressure and they were unhappy.
Yes.
And you described that at least one of the responses to that problem was conducting a review, as we'll see. And that was something that you did, I think, in early May of that year, 2020. I'm going to move on just to a related subject, Mr. Cain. We have heard evidence about the SPI-B committee. I heard evidence from Professor Rubin, who was one of the co-chairs of that committee. And we've also seen their terms of reference when they were set up by SAGE, which emphasised the importance of public messaging, and one of, if not the most important part of their role, was to provide the government with behavioural science advice, including in relating to public messaging. To what extent did you, as the Director of Communications during this period, utilise the expertise of SPI-B when formulating government messaging?
I think the broad view was slightly questionable of some of the insights of SPI-B, so I didn't have a huge amount of dealings with them at that particular point, and the sort of dealings I did I didn't find particularly helpful. We had a vast research loop that we would do via focus groups, via polling, things that we'd seen, we'd used pretty readily in political campaigning that was incredibly effective. Often they would be slightly different places to where Spy B were, and I would trust the judgment of the campaigners and the messaging people we used, which was some of the best in the world, if not in Western Europe, in terms of building the sort of messaging that we needed.
I mean, the evidence that the inquiry has received from Professor Yardley was that Spy B was not consulted about the Stay Home, Protect the NHS, Save Lives campaign, nor about its successor, Stay Alert, Control the Virus, Save Lives, nor about Eat Out to Help Out, nor about the Freedom Day slogan. So is it in fact the case that you simply didn't take their advice on any of these major campaigns during the pandemic?
I think some of those slogans were ones that I myself didn't agree with and weren't particularly consulted on. So it's slightly different. But I think on the main government messaging, we, as I say, I've seen the critiques of the stay home messaging, the critiques that we shouldn't use, some of the fear messaging, and they were at odds with the feedback we were getting from our own research, which I think the evidence of compliance and other things would suggest were correct.
Ms. Cain, one of the functions of this inquiry is to think about future pandemics. We know that Spy B or a similar committee had existed in I think it was the 2009 swine flu epidemic. SAGE thought it was a useful body to reconstitute in 2020, as I've said, with messaging being one of its most important focuses. I mean, is your evidence to the inquiry that when the next pandemic takes place, we shouldn't bother with seeking advice from behavioural scientists about public communications and messaging? We should just rely on focus groups and experts in the communications field?
I think that we should seek advice wherever we can get it, but I think we should also say that the behavioural science isn't always correct. I think there's different kind of messaging challenges. I think I spoke regularly with Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance throughout this period. I would inform them about a lot of the communications. They would provide feedback. At no point did they say we should be taking on board some of the Spy B advice that was provided. And as I say, the things that I did see, I disagreed with. Now, if I got those things wrong, then that's my responsibility. But I fundamentally believe the messaging and the communications that we had were the right ones. I think the team who were part of those did an exceptionally good job. And I think there is government has some absolutely incredibly talented communicators that I was proud to work alongside.
We'll look at the documents in a minute, but we'll see, I think, that you worked, first of all, on this with Martin Reynolds, the Principal Private Secretary for the Prime Minister. He is, of course, someone we're familiar with. He gave evidence earlier this week. Also an official called John Owen, who we haven't seen so much of. Can you tell us what his job was, please?
So John Owen was the Principal Private Secretary to the Cabinet Secretary. So he was a director working in the Cabinet Office. So he was he did a similar job to Mr. Reynolds. He did the job, yeah, before the Cabinet. So the Cabinet Secretary has their own private office, and John Owen was the director of that during that time. And perhaps that leads into the next point, which is that we've touched on the fact that Number 10 and the Cabinet Office are, as it were, different but the same. But this was a piece of work that you did across both organisations. So I felt it was very important that it was owned by both organisations because of some of the friction, actually, and that also it was much better if it was the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary had together asked for this piece of work. And the reason why I thought it was important to sort of provide a space where all the people who were very cross and unhappy could tell me exactly how cross and unhappy they were in a way that I could actually do something about it. I think at this time, probably in line with throughout, what I was trying to do was do the things that I could And one of the things I felt very strongly was that, you know, you can march about saying everything is terrible, you can commentate on the chaos, or that you can try to do something to fix things. And this is one of my attempts to try to do something to fix things. And it was partly giving space for people to be upset and unhappy, as well as then trying to get them to tell me how to fix it.
And they told you in person, in the sense you describe in your statement, interviewing, I think, 40 or more people over the course of a few days for the purposes of the report.
Yes.
Were those interviews you conducted on your own or with Mr. Owen?
I think Martin and I did most of them together. There may have been a couple of ones in number 10 that he did, and a couple of ones similarly in the Cabinet Office, and that was just in the interests of time. But Mr. Reynolds was also really concerned about what he could see about how people were feeling, so it was something we did together.
Now let's look first of all at the report itself, if we may. So that's at tab 22, and thank you, it's on the screen. I'm not going to go in any detail to this document, Ms. McNamara, because as we know it went through various drafts, didn't it? And I think you actually say in your statement that this final draft, this document we're looking at, your words, may have been too kind. Following that train of thought, there's some other stuff in the drafts which I want to ask you about. But just looking at this, we see the date, May 2020, and your name and Mr. Reynolds' name. We don't actually, it doesn't say who it's addressed to, but do we take it from your earlier answer that it would have been addressed, what, to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary?
Cabinet Secretary, to both of them.
So they would have both had a copy of this?
Yeah. Well, sorry. They were both given a copy of it, as far as I understand.
Right.
The Cabinet Secretary certainly had it.
Yeah. Well, we'll look back at it, but let me follow on from there. Did you discuss the contents of this document with either the Cabinet Secretary or the Prime Minister, or both?
I discussed it with the Cabinet Secretary, yes.
But not with the Prime Minister?
No, and I think Martin was going to discuss it with we were both working for our principals, if you like, so there's nothing particularly to read into that.
No.
I probably, in any case, would have had a much more detailed, conversation with Mark Sedwell, because it was more about the operational management and how we were setting things up. So the Prime Minister's often the customer of the answer, not the creator of the solution. And for Mark Sedwell, would have been much more interested in, actually, we would have talked through, in fact, I remember us talking through both what I had heard and then what we were going to do about it as a shared problem.
It's still quite a striking thing, though, Mr. Cain, that you, as Director of Communications, had at your disposal a committee of scientists, of behavioural scientists, set up to assist with messaging. And I think the evidence you're giving is not that you engaged with them and had discussions with them and in the end perhaps disagreed with them, but that you just cut them out of the loop.
I think it's wrong to say we cut them out. That they, I basically didn't have the discussions with them. Nobody approached me with advice or feedback. The feedback you're saying, nobody came to me with that feedback at the time. I was hosting, numerous messages, and the evidence that was presented to me, which was normally via email form or through, was at odds with the research that we were doing. And I think, I would say to look at the outcomes, to look at the compliance, look at the evidence of the strength of the campaigns, and I would stand by those campaigns being incredibly effective. As I say, the Stay Home campaign, was seen as one of the most powerful public health campaigns in modern memory, with 94% of people understanding and complying with the messages that it sent. And that framework it gave us, I think, went a long way to saving a significant number of lives, and I'm very proud to have been part of it.
Mr. Cain, I'm going to move on to just a couple more issues around communications. Firstly, I want to ask you about the extent to which you considered communications across the UK as opposed to England. Of course, we're focusing on 2020 and the messaging during the pandemic. did you regard it as your role to be thinking about communications across the UK or communications in England? Or did you not really think about the difference between those two things?
I think you would broadly look at, across the UK, and, that's where I think part of the work with Alex Aitken, who focused a lot more on the paid advertising, for example, where I think that, your paid media, it's slightly different from your earned media. The earned media we would focus predominantly more on the Prime Minister and England, where the paid media would be more of a UK-wide approach, which Alex would lead and push through. The challenges, I assume, you're moving to actually become more about politics than communications quite often. And I think that's where the challenges in this space really came.
Well, let's look at a document, Mr. Cain. It's 214168, please. I know you're familiar with this document. The context is it not, that as the first lockdown was being eased, at least in England, and the stay-at-home message that we were just discussing was being replaced in England by the stay alert message, there was pushback, at least from Scotland and Nicola Sturgeon's government, to say they didn't want that message to be used in Scotland because it didn't, in fact, reflect their public health decisions that they were taking in Scotland. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
And what we see here is an email responding, if you like, internally. So it's from Alex Aitken, who you've mentioned, to Martin Reynolds, but we can see you're copied in on the response just above it. Describing this problem, and if we cut down to the headline, which is a point 9 in bold, recommendation, brackets for ourselves, despite the objections from Scotland, run the campaign nationwide and work with the devolved administrations to deliver the most effective campaign and deconflict if necessary. Was that what you understood?
Yes.
The policy to be?
Well, so there's different things. We're talking about the messaging and the policy. This is fundamentally a question of politics and policy, in the sense of the devolved governments are being clear that they want to harder measures for a longer period of time, while the PM wants to lift measures and move into a slightly different stage. That is a very difficult conflict, I think, for communicators generally when there's divergence in policy direction. That does make life more difficult, but the crux of it was about politics and about policy.
It's not that difficult, is it? I mean, surely the answer is, if the Scottish government, for example, wants to run one type of message and the English or the UK government wants to run a different message in England, then you simply don't buy the advertising space in Scottish newspapers. And if Mr. Johnson is giving a press conference that's going to be broadcast throughout the UK, he makes it clear that the message is only one for England. I mean, is that difficult?
I agree, and I think that sort of moves broadly into where we ended up with sort of regional spaces. But I think in terms of the PM at the time was concerned about the politics as well of the issue, with a lot of pressure coming from the media at that point that the measures were too hard and they should be alleviated. And I think this was the starting point of some of that conversation. But Alex would have led on the paid campaign work in this sort of space, as you can see from the email.
All right. Well, let's look, if we may, at a draft of this document, which is at tab 29, and it's 136755. I should make it clear, they are very broadly the same, are they not? There are just one or two extra lines in some of these drafts, which I may ask you about, but people shouldn't get the idea that there are huge differences between the versions. And I want to focus on the paragraph 2 of this document, headed "The culture isn't getting the best from people." This is actually a document the inquiry have seen before, Ms. McNamara, but nonetheless, what is included in this paragraph is is striking. Your conclusions were that the organisation wasn't working as one team between the Cabinet Office and Number 10. Looking a couple of lines down, not sustainable, people are exhausted and stressed, don't feel confident or empowered to take decisions, a universal sense of powerlessness, trying to do too much so nothing is done well, views ignored, bad behaviours from senior leaders tolerated, too many people behaving as if they've been parachuted in to save the day. A couple of further lines down, lots of people mentioned junior women being talked over or ignored. And then there's a footnote saying that some of the people who made that observation were themselves people who had been talking over junior women. I think it's the footnote that didn't make it into the final
Did that not
report.
make it into the final draft?
And then also this term, we need a modern culture of organised collaboration, not a superhero bun fight. Very similar point was put to Lord O'Donnell. In the context of this crisis, which was now well underway, and the degree of centrality that the Cabinet Office and the Number 10 had in trying to address that crisis, to read these conclusions about the state of morale and ways of working within the Cabinet Office is pretty devastating, isn't it?
Well, I think it was pretty devastating. It's accurate. I also think that it's important to recognise that the fact that there wasn't a plan and there wasn't a system, and that therefore everybody was working to try to run to catch up with themselves, and also extremely worried and anxious about what was happening, feeling all of these different kinds of responsibility. It would sort of be amazing, given that prior of there was not a plan, that if it was, in fact, this perfectly well-ordered and organised experience. I think the other thing I'd like, it's not everybody was behaving badly. So it's it was important to highlight the things that were going wrong and the fact that there were some big cultural issues. But there were also loads of people who weren't doing that. So particularly my criticism of a macho environment doesn't mean that, or men talking over women, doesn't mean that was all the men there all the time. And human beings are messy and complicated, and this was an extraordinarily pressured and difficult situation, and people were working outside of their structures, outside of their competence. They were frightened. And it's not surprising at all to me that that didn't bring out the best in some people. I think that the important thing is, like, how do you make sure that when anybody is in those sorts of situations again, there are structures and systems that mitigate against what will happen to human beings in that situation?
The appearance from point 9 there, Mr. Cain, and you were, as you've said, involved in the politics as well as the communications. The appearance is that the Scottish Government's objections were going to be ignored and that the campaign was simply going to be run, and that they would try and smooth around the edges after it had been run, which would seem to be disregarding the views of the Scottish Government in a sphere that they had responsibility for.
Well, that's Alex's advice on the piece.
Is it advice you agreed with?
To be honest, I can't remember what position I took on that at the time.
Let me move on, Mr. Cain. Back to your statement, please. Paragraph 78 on page 18. You refer here to the press conferences with the Prime Minister, and as we will all remember, a sort of varied cast of people who appeared on those press conferences, which at least for a time were daily events. And you are here. I think there's a wrong word there. The popularity and impact of the press conferences should not be underestimated, I think you mean. You're saying that they were very important events in the communications cycle. Is that fair?
Correct.
We've been told, Mr. Cain, by Anne Longfield, who was the Children's Commissioner of England at the time, that she, her words, constantly asked the PM and others to have some form of briefing or press conference, especially for children. It was something, she says, that they had done in many countries, and her view was that it was very important for children to know that politicians were thinking of them. Were you aware of that lobbying that she was doing? And do you know why a special children's press conference or briefing was never held?
I was not aware. I think it's a good idea. It's probably something we should have done. I think there are many things we probably should have done, but in the heat of everything, there are, will always be gaps. But I think it's a good idea.
If she's right that she was constantly talking to the Prime Minister about it, isn't it something he might have mentioned to you?
I don't recall him mentioning it to me.
Lady, I'm about to move on to another topic. I wonder if this is a good moment to take a...
Yes, of course. I hope you're warned, Mr. Cain, that we take a break every so often for everybody's sake. I shall return at 12:30.
All rise.
Mr. O'Connor.
Lady. Mr. Cain, one more question, if I may, on communications before I move on. The stay-at-home campaign that we were discussing before the break created, did it not, an obvious problem or a risk in the field of domestic abuse, in the sense that those who were victims of domestic abuse and who, for obvious reasons, would not want to stay at home would feel that they were being instructed nonetheless to stay in an environment where they were suffering abuse. Were you aware during the pandemic of suggestions that not enough was done by the government to speak to those victims and to make it clear that they were not expected to stay at home if they were suffering abuse?
I think if I recall, there were questions raised by members of the media, and I think we tried to do a lot of the sort of micro-targeting of messages in the daily press conferences. It was a time where the media would come and their questions, and then we could talk directly to people in huge numbers in their own homes about specific issues, and that is broadly, I think, how we used to tackle a lot of those things. There would also be individual departments that would lead on those issues that, again, as we saw earlier on with the Department of Health, that would target certain groups and certain sectors. They wouldn't necessarily come to my desk on those scale communication issues. They'd often be held departmentally, or we'd deal with them, say, by the press conferences.
And I think that's what we were missing.
Yeah, and what you were trying to address as a starting point with this report.
Imperfectly, but yes.
The term superhero bun fight, I think, is another one that didn't make it into the final report.
Yeah.
Help us, is what you were trying to capture? I think it's actually maybe Martin Reynolds who came up with that phrase.
It's John Owen.
Was it John
actually.
Owen? But
yeah.
Was this issue, and you've helpfully made it clear you're not talking about everyone, but clearly there was a problem. Is this a similar issue to that macho overconfidence that you were describing in January, February, or not?
That's a good question. So I'm sure that you don't take the culture to the extremes from nowhere, I imagine. So I think that macho, confident, bravado sort of way of operating undoubtedly made it possible to go from what might be okay in that scenario into something that was really not. Whereas if I think about working for Mrs. May, I don't think there's any world in which we could have got from January to May and had this sort of culture, because it just wasn't there in the DNA of the organisation at that time. So I do think it is related, and I probably, unfortunately, really given this, but I probably, out of kindness to John Owen, didn't include his phrase in the final report, because we were trying to also be moderate But I think it's a good indication of the strength of feeling and how alien some of this practice was, particularly for us as civil servants, that you don't normally behave in these ways, and definitely in the domestic bit of the civil service, this is quite an unusual set of, well, culture to work in.
There's a passage in your statement where you talk about, no doubt generalising, but talk about two different sorts of civil servants, one being sort of high ego, I think are the words you use, people, and on the other hand, invisible people, and that the system working best if there's a balance of those two types. But the conclusion perhaps was that the balance had got out of balance during this period.
It had got, but also I think the parachuted in to save the day thing was a real problem. There were lots of new people. They all rightly felt a sense of mission and purpose and wanted to help, and that's a great thing when things are broken, people who run towards broken things. But it does also, if you get 15 people who all think individually they are going to save the day, that does not a happy organisational culture make.
Yeah. Well, let's move on and talk about another of the issues which you identify, which is the question of junior women being talked over or ignored. And you describe in your statement noticing a marked change on your return in this respect. Perhaps we can just go back to your statement. It's on, and let's look at page 50, paragraph 99. And at the beginning of that paragraph, you say, from when I, so page 50, from when I got back to the office, other women who worked in either number 10 or the Cabinet Office sought me out to say how pleased they were to see a woman at the table again. And you go on to say that you were surprised by that because although the Cabinet Office in number 10 historically hadn't been, as it were, perfect in these terms, the issue between men and women hadn't been a matter of comment before, but it was now. You say, pre-COVID, I would not have characterised number 10 or the Cabinet Office as a particularly abnormally sexist environment in the context of Whitehall and Westminster, which are, you say, endemically sexist. But, perhaps this is the point, what started as a murmur became a roar over the next couple of weeks. Not only were there numerous examples of women being ignored, excluded, not listened to or talked over, it was also clear that the female perspective was being missed in advice and decision-making. And we won't go to it, but in another part of your statement, you say women who had worked in number 10 and the Cabinet Office for some time reported feeling as if they'd become invisible overnight. So can you just help us explain what seems to have been a very marked change?
So it was striking, and I think the 2 points are related but different. And I don't know if it was a consequence of the psychological pressure people were under, or I don't know what it was, but it was really, really obvious that not only were there hardly any women there, that when they were there, they were, they had to turn their screens off, or on the Zoom meeting, or they were sitting in the back row, or there just weren't any women talking, which was unusual, and that probably, well, I don't know if it's worse than that, but related to that, women whose job it was to do something were not able to do their jobs properly because they weren't having the space or being asked the right questions or being treated with the respect that they would do. And it was genuinely, it was both striking and awful. And then the fact that there were no women contributing to the policy discussions, problem in itself because there were some expert women who weren't being listened to, and also women were being looked over.
Yeah, and just last reference on this point, but if we can look at page 52, paragraph 102, please. You describe a little bit more of the experience. You say, women working in number 10 in the Cabinet Office experiencing very obvious sexist treatment. You say it was impacting on their work. You say the dominant culture was macho and heroic. Neither are the preserve of men. Women can be macho and heroic too, but the culture was problematic because it meant debate and discussion was limited. Junior people were talked over. It felt that everything was contaminated by ego. It was positively unhelpful when the country needed thoughtful and reflective decision-making. So that does sound that you say, again, that word macho again, it's at least a close relation of the environment, the atmosphere that you were describing from February and March.
Yes.
You mentioned press conferences, and I think one of the concerns at the time was that although Priti Patel, Home Secretary, was vocal about this issue, it was something that the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, either didn't mention at all or certainly didn't mention enough during his press conferences when he had the opportunity to send that message.
I think it would be unfair to criticise the PM on that particular issue. I mean, it would depend on if he'd been briefed, if there was something particularly we were trying to get across. There's obviously a lot of other issues at all similar times, and again, we'd expect it to be a more of a department-led issue. I think Priti Patel did press conferences from time to time herself, and again, Chris and Patrick would also reinforce some of those messages at different times, as well as the micro-targeting.
Looking back on it now, do you think more should have been said about this issue during the pandemic?
I think there's a range of issues that we could have gone into more detail and tried to be more targeted, but I think we did genuinely the best we could with a lot of those issues in hand, because there was a huge amount to communicate to so many groups. It was a challenge to get your arms around it all from number 10.
All right. I'm going to move on, Mr. Cain, although not too far in terms of themes, to talk about some of the parts of your statement where you refer to a lack of diversity amongst core decision makers and some of the consequences of that. So if we can go, please, to page 28 of your statement, at the very top. So it's 121D, the top paragraph. You refer there to your own initiative in pushing for the bubbles policy for families, to accommodate, if you like, families that had split and how they would deal with lockdown. And towards the end of that paragraph, you say that one of the challenges you face when you work on policy is the dynamic of the room, which in this case was white and middle-aged. They were doing their best, but without diversity, some policy decisions slip through the cracks. And do we take it that this particular one about split families was an issue that you felt was at least in danger of slipping through the cracks?
Yes, correct.
Let's go back, please, to the page before, because you refer there to another policy, or issue, the free school meals issue, at the bottom. And if we pick it up, the third line down, you say, you remember asking in the cabinet room of 20 people how many people had received free school meals. Nobody had, resulting in a policy and political blind spot. And you describe the government's resistance to Marcus Rashford's campaign as a huge blunder. Can you expand on that?
So I think, firstly, on the diversity point, I think, it's quite clear that there were challenges of gender diversity, socioeconomic diversity, and ethnic minority diversity at the very top of the PM's top team. And I think, as I say, this does have a challenge because people have their own lens through which they view problems through no fault of their own. It's just, a worldview or experiences that they've lived. But I think with the Marcus Rashford, it's a fantastic campaign. It was one that was obviously gaining huge amount of media attention. But there was a view from the PM at the time that we were spending huge sums of money, and we needed to have a bit more restraint on public finances. Now, this was of course, it's sensible of him to start looking at public finances and look at where we could, develop slightly more rigid structures. But I said to him at the time, I don't think hungry children is the place to start, just from a, moral or political standpoint. It was the wrong decision. But I just think there was a lack of understanding of what families were potentially going through at that time, because, and this is solely just because I think people don't really have never lived it. They don't appreciate it. They may not appreciate those challenges. So I think this was just one example of, of many, where if you had more diversity in the room, and again, it's a range of diversity, I think it would improve decision making and improve policy making.
And we can see that you expressed your concerns about it at the time, and indeed they were shared by others. If we can look, please, at tab 17, 286044. If we can look towards the bottom of that page, this is an email, Ms. McNamara, that you sent. I don't think we have a copy list, but the sense is that it was to a group of women in the Cabinet Office and number 10. It's dated the 13th of April, so a week or so after you got back. And is it right? I'm not going to read through the whole email, but you are drawing attention to some of the very themes that we've just been discussing. Is that right?
Yes, and the reason I sent this email, and I did I'm sure it's possible to find it, who I blind copied it to, was partly me just checking that what I was understanding was right. So that's really why I was doing this, because it was worrying me so much what I'd heard, and I wanted to make sure that I was right, that this was a big problem, not an individual one.
And if we just briefly look over the page, please, later in this email, we can see the first full paragraph on that page. You say, "My concern is at the moment the working environment culture is too macho and egotistical," those words that we saw in your statement. It's not going to get the best outcomes. And in the paragraph above, you make the sort of causative point that there are areas of policy that are suffering. You refer there to domestic abuse and abortion. I'm going to come back to some of those issues in a little while, but perhaps it's important to make it clear now. You weren't just... It would have been important anyway to make the point that the treatment was bad, but you felt there were real consequences of that treatment at the time.
Yes, in my hierarchy of concerns, the thing I cared the very most about was whether we were putting our best effort into trying to tackle what the country was faced with. And I felt that this particular set of attitudes and behaviours was getting in the way of that, as well as finding it personally not right.
And if we can look back at the first page of this document, please. I think we will see that other people replied. I mean, well, let me ask you, did you get many responses to this email?
I think everybody replied, yeah.
And what was the tone of the responses?
That they were glad that I'd raised it, and they gave me other good and useful examples and said that they would do what they could to help, broadly speaking.
And thinking of the chronology, this is mid-April, so this would have been one of the steps that led to the review.
Yes, although I don't think I would have seen it like that at the time. I just wanted to fix this particular problem that I could see in front of me.
But on this document, we can see that one of the people who responded was Catherine Hammond, a very senior civil servant in the Cabinet Contingencies Secretariat. And she said, sadly, I 100% agree, this is an issue. And she makes some proposals there.
Yeah.
Just moving on, I wanted to ask you about what, apart from seeking people's views, and we've also mentioned the review that you conducted, what further steps were taken to address this problem? You refer in your statement to the fact that just raising the issue helped, but perhaps didn't change the fundamentals. Did this problem go away or not?
So, no, but raising it as an issue and talking about it collectively, I think, helped people to feel clearer about the fact that it was okay for them individually to raise a concern. And after sending this email and a number of conversations, I then spoke to quite a lot of people individually whose behaviour had been highlighted about what had been said, and a lot of those people then moderated their behaviour. I mean, I think in that footnote that didn't make it to the final report, that there is sometimes a gap between these men were they were very serious that they were worried about the sexism, and yet they were also sometimes the people who had done the talk. That's also sort of a consequence of working under pressure sometimes. But once the issue was highlighted, people were, lots of people changed, but didn't change the overall, no.
A perhaps related issue is the availability of counselling for staff. And if we can look, please, at this is a document at tab 43, INQ 308-323. Yes. We've moved forward in the chronology a little bit. We're now in mid-June. But this is an email you sent to someone called Carol Bernard. First of all, we note that you were there, again, drawing on your experience from the Grenfell fire and no doubt the support you gave to your staff in the aftermath. But can we look at a document on screen, please, 273901, page 164. I know you've seen a copy of this, Mr. Cain. This is a transcript of one of the notes that Patrick Vallance made during the pandemic. We can see it was in September 2020, and it relates to another issue that perhaps is in a similar category. It's the issue of providing funding, financial support to those who are on low wages in order to make it financially viable for them to isolate. And we can see Patrick Vallance's record is CX, that means Chancellor, doesn't it?
Yes.
Chancellor blocking all notion of paying to get people to isolate, despite all the evidence that this will be needed. Let me ask you two questions in all. One is, were you aware of this resistance, perhaps a bit like the free school meals issue, to providing this funding? And secondly, is it, in your view, a similar point where an issue fell through the cracks because of a lack of diversity in the room?
I think it's difficult without knowing the full context of this, because it's not something I can fully remember from the time to look at, the reasons why the Chancellor may be blocking it could well be very valid on asking for more, evidence and data, to the costings and all of the such things you would expect from the Chancellor. The Chancellor, who I think we should also reflect, did bring in a furlough scheme that was, incredibly generous and, did provide, I think, for an awful lot of people. And of all the policies that we did at that time, the feedback I got from more than anyone else was of furlough and what a huge success that was. But on this particular issue, I don't remember in isolation.
Okay. Let me move on then. In fact, sticking with this time period, if we can look at the bottom of page 25 of your statement, please. We see the title, Coming Out of Lockdown, and so we're in the summer of 2020, and it's a paragraph 116. You describe a tension between some advisors, officials and ministers who wanted to take a slow, cautious approach, and others who wanted to unlock much more quickly and get back to how life had been before the pandemic had started. And this is a theme in this part of your statement, how those tensions worked out. In the following paragraphs, I won't take you to them, but you describe, is this right, that the more aggressive approach of unlocking quickly was one that was favoured by the right wing of the Conservative Party, and also in the printed media. The Telegraph is an example you give. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also say that your own research showed that the general public mood was actually more towards the cautious end of the spectrum, the opposite to the view held by, on your understanding, the Conservative Party. And this was all fed into that tension that you describe at the bottom of that page that we're looking at. Is that fair?
Yes.
And was this one of the factors which underpinned the Prime Minister's indecision later in 2020, September, October time, about whether or not to have a circuit break lockdown?
Yes, it was. I think the Prime Minister was torn in this issue. I think if he would have been in his previous role as a journalist, he would probably have been writing articles saying we should open up the beaches and, how we should, get ahead with getting back. And I think he felt torn where the evidence on one side and public opinion and scientific evidence was very much caution, slow. We're almost certainly going to have to do another suppression measure, so we need to have that in mind, to, media opinion and the bulk of, a certain rump of the Tory party was pushing him hard in the direction. So I think that was probably part of the reason for the oscillation, because, the rigid measures were very much against the sort of what's in his sort of political DNA, I guess.
We can see what you've said. You talk about people breaking down in tears and trying to obtain some counselling for them. Was that successful?
No.
Why not?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. It's a profound cause of regret to me that we weren't able to better support people. And I should just be really clear, I'm not in any way the hierarchy of people who had more miserable times and awful things happen in their lives, and the people who had to deal with people dying from COVID were obviously dealing with something much, much worse and more profound. And what I am talking about here is that it is very difficult being in central government, in any case, in these sorts of situations, never mind when you add all the externalities that these people were dealing with. And I do think it's a gap not to have psychological support available. And I had been able to provide that in other departments I'd worked in pretty easily at very low cost to the taxpayer in a way that was genuinely helpful for all the people working on those things. And I don't really understand why we couldn't do that then.
I don't want to get into the detail of this, Ms McNamara, but we see one email here where you are trying to obtain some counselling. Did you leave it at that, or did you press for it?
No, I'd asked a number of times in a number of different ways.
Just moving on a little bit, but sticking with these issues that were thrown up on your return and the review that you undertook. One way of describing what was shown, although I'm not sure these exact words are in your review, would be that there was a toxic culture in Downing Street in the Cabinet Office at the time. And the inquiry has heard evidence, in fact heard evidence yesterday, of the repeated use of extremely crude language in, for example, WhatsApps sent between members of the Downing Street team. Was that, do you think, one aspect, or perhaps a product, of that type of toxic culture that you are reporting on in your review?
It was definitely a toxic culture.
The inquiry saw yesterday some particularly crude WhatsApp exchanges between Dominic Cummings and Boris Johnson about you. Yep. And about your possible departure from the Cabinet Office. Let me ask you, was Dominic Cummings part of that toxic culture, part of the problem?
If you don't, it would be helpful to me to make a couple of comments about those messages. The first is I think it's important to understand what was actually happening at the time. So it is undoubtedly true that the Prime Minister had offered me any number of permanent secretary jobs in order to leave the Cabinet Office during that period of time. And I had repeatedly explained that I wasn't going to participate in another of my colleagues being moved on in order to create a job for me. And so we had been having this exchange for a period of time. The things that Mr. Cummings, having seen those messages, it was, it's horrible to read, but it is both surprising and not surprising to me, and I don't know which is worse, actually. I think that he was frustrated with me at the time. I would absolutely own that. I would also say all I was doing was actually working in the service of the then Prime Minister and defending his interests. I'm sure lots of this is not for you, but the two things in particular that he was cross about, one was the appointment of David Frost as the National Security Advisor, where the proposal was that Mr. Frost, who had left the civil service as a director, and then taken on very significant political roles, that he be then reappointed into the civil service as a permanent secretary and put in charge of national security. And for reasons I don't probably have to go into, I thought that was wrong, so I wouldn't let that happen, and had in fact come up with a proposal that would fulfil what the Prime Minister wanted, which is that Mr. Frost should join the Lords and be a minister, because I felt that was more proper and have accountability. Mr. Cummings in those messages is also frustrated with me and says that I was sacking special advisors, which I never did, would never be my role. The particular thing that he looks to be extremely cross about in the August is because we were involved in an employment tribunal where he had in fact dismissed a special advisor, and I was insisting on him telling the truth to the employment tribunal, and he didn't respond well to that. So, I mean, yes, surprising and not surprising. It wasn't a pleasant place to work.
And I think it follows from what you say that those emails that we saw, in your view, absolutely are, if you like, evidence or a way in which we can gauge the type of toxic culture that you were and others were experiencing at the time.
It is also revealing of exactly the wrong attitude to the civil service, if I may. I was doing my job as a civil servant, and that I'm confident about that, and the way in which it was considered appropriate to describe what should happen to me, yes as a woman, but yes as a civil servant. It's disappointing to me that the Prime Minister didn't pick him up on the use of some of that violent and misogynistic language.
Well, in your statement, you referred to two schemes, two policies over the summer of that year, the back to work policy and the eat out to help out policy, which were both trying to send the, shall we say, business as normal message. You're very critical of both of those policies now. Were you critical of them at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and who you said it to?
So I think, I and particularly the other communicators as well would just find it very, very difficult, because a huge part of what our role and responsibility is at that point is what are we signalling to the public. There's a huge amount of focus that goes on, particularly in Westminster, which is, what is being said, as apart from, how things are being said, rather than, what it is you're trying to communicate. And at this point of developing policy, we are indicating to people that COVID's over, go back out, get back to work, crowd yourself onto trains, go into restaurants and enjoy pizzas with friends and family, really build up that social mixing. Now, that is fine if you are intent on never having to do suppression measures again. But from all of the evidence we're receiving, from all of the advice that we were receiving, it was incredibly clear we were certainly going to have to do suppression measures again. We knew that all the way through. That was the strategy from the start. So to then move forward and say, hey, we're going to get back into work when business wasn't even asking for business, for people to come back into work. In fact, they were encouraging their employees to stay at home still. We developed all of these tools for remote working, but it was government seemed to be on its own demanding people go to work when, the research we had was saying people, were still quite cautious. Business were feeding back they didn't want to do it. The scientific opinion was people didn't, that we were going to have another lockdown. So to me, it made absolutely no sense whatsoever why we were talking about getting everyone back to work, and that was the stories that ended up being on the front pages, which was a cause of great frustration.
We know that there were calls for a a circuit breaker lockdown from September of that year. Were you a supporter of those calls at the time?
I was, yes.
We also know that that didn't happen, at least not in the first place, and that instead there were rules around tiering throughout the country and the rule of 6 and so on. Can we look, please, at 48313, page 54? This is an exchange between you, Simon Case, and Dominic Cummings, Mr. Cain. It's one the inquiry has seen before. It starts with Mr. Cummings talking about discussions with ministers being moronic. They don't understand what they're talking about. Mr. Case agrees, and you say this is embarrassing. Mr. Cummings says by the weekend he'll be saying 6 is untenable. It's a total disaster. We've got to get everyone back to work. Was that a reference, do you think, to the rule of 6, or it's not quite?
I think there was a discussion at the time we were going to do 2 households, a rule of 6. There was a sort of broad policy conversation, so I assume it's around those issues, yes.
Just reading down, we see references then to, in fact, Mr. Johnson did change his mind again rather sooner than perhaps had been anticipated. You say, what's his issue? Christmas cancelled stuff. Is this another emergence of the, I think your word was oscillation, but the indecision that we were discussing before the break?
Yes, and I think this point was what was probably these sort of months was when it was at its most pronounced, because he did not want to do any harder measures. He didn't want to go back into suppression, but I think most of the advisory team knew that was an inevitability. And I think the crucial thing was, I think you can forgive some of the errors in the first lockdown because things were moving at incredible speed. We were, the sort of building the train tracks as the train was moving in that first period, which meant it was, there was inevitably going to be mistakes. But I think we tried to learn as best we could. I think by the time we moved into this later period, I think the rump of number 10 felt that, okay, well, we've learned all these lessons from the first period of lockdown. Why are we now trying to ignore them again and repeat the exact same mistakes, which will be too slow to act, a denial of the measures that are going to be necessary to control the virus, moving too late and allowing the R to get, out of control, too much virus, which means a longer lockdown in the end, more harmful to the economy, more harmful to health outcomes. So I think, as you see, there's a real frustration that we weren't just gripping things and putting in the lessons that we'd learned.
That was going to be my next question, because Mr. Cummings has been asked about the messages that he sent. But of course, is the point you make, which is that we have seen that Mr. Johnson was a participant in not just that WhatsApp group, but plenty of others where this sort of language, that sort of abuse was used. And drawing on your experience in the Cabinet Office, what is your reaction to what appears to have been his failure to try and stop that sort of language, that sort of attitude prevailing?
It's just miles away from what is right or proper or decent or what the country deserves.
Let me go on, Ms. McNamara. We were talking about the solutions that were thought of to try and move on and improve the culture in number 10 and Downing Street. And you explain in your witness statement, I'm not going to go to the paragraph, but you explain that at least part of the solution to those problems was to encourage people working in number 10 and Downing Street to spend more time together so that they had a chance to develop, as it were, better relationships in that, no doubt, stressful environment. And in fact, you emailed Martin Reynolds to that effect. And at tab 27 of the bundle and 136760, we see this email. In fact, so it's the sort of lower half of the page. We can see, can't we, that this is in fact part of the drafting process of that note that we the review document. And if we can look at the passage starting, I've suggested 2 messages, the paragraph. Picking it up 2 or 3 lines down, you say, "We also agreed that we would find ways for the senior team to get together on a social basis, provided it's within the guidance." And then, as it happens, you go on and mention your concern that guidance on safer workplaces isn't being kept to, and we've talked about that already. But is this a suggestion? This suggestion that the senior team get together on a social basis, is that part of this idea of trying to improve the culture in Number 10?
Absolutely. I mean, people had never met each other. So you had a whole load of people, a lot of whom were really brilliantly useful, who'd been brought into Number 10 as experts and specialists on various things, who were working with people they had never met. And I was particularly concerned that lots of these people sort of had no idea of the sort of tripwires in the organisation that they were working in. And I was confident that if we could just get people to talk to each other, that they might in fact be able to work better together. That has been the case everywhere that I have worked, and it was definitely true at this period of time. That was something I was very concerned about. People didn't know each other's names.
You add, of course, the important further thought that any such meeting should be within the guidance.
Of course.
And I want to move and look at a different document from very much the same time, which is at tab 24 of the bundle. It's another one of these documents relating to the drafting process of your review. It's actually an email. Yes, we have it on screen, 136754. And towards the bottom of the page, we can see this is a message from John Owen. So you were saying that he was Mark Sedwell's private secretary and the third person who contributed to the review. Mm-hmm. He's pleased with the draft. He says it's cheered him up no end to read, and he's put some comments in red. And if we could move on to page 4 in the document, please, we can see under number 7, one of his sets of comments. Now, the subject matter of these comments is not really why I've taken you here, but what you are discussing is the question of whether, as part of this review, people should be encouraged to work from home or not. And in fact, this was another issue, another sort of theme of the draft review, which didn't make it into the final version, perhaps because the three of you couldn't quite decide what you, as a combination, thought about it. There were arguments both ways, were there not? But one of the points Mr. Owen was making, and we can see he's disagreeing with the idea that people should be encouraged to come into the office more. He says, "I fundamentally disagree with this. When we're telling the country to socially distance, it shows utter contempt to the electorate to openly flout those rules." Now, as I said, there are arguments both ways, and we see in the documents a discussion about whether, in fact, because of the ways of working in Number 10, it was important to be there. But that sentiment, that it was important for those working at the centre to take a lead and to provide an example to the rest of the country, I imagine is one that you agree with.
I agree that we should have been following the rules. Absolutely.
I'm just thinking about both of those then, the earlier email about trying to encourage more meeting and this point. What is your reflection, Ms. McNamara, on the fact that, as is very well known, there were a series of parties that took place in the Cabinet Office and in Downing Street in the weeks and months that followed these emails, including one on the 18th of June that you attended?
So this should never have happened, is the first thing that I would say unambiguously. And I've set out in my statement a lot more of my thinking and explaining why I did what I did at the time. Explaining is not the same as excusing. And I think that, it is both incredibly depressing and actually helpful that people understand a little bit more now about what it was like to work in that organisation during this period of time, because there's a lot about the handling of when those the allegations of parties came up that I profoundly disagree with, and firstly and most importantly, lying about it. I don't understand at all why it wasn't acknowledged that on a number of occasions, I'm sure, that Downing Street and the Cabinet Office sometimes didn't follow the regulations. You will see throughout any number of emails between us all this endless conversation about, is it okay that so many people are in the office? What are we doing to try to limit the number of people in a meeting room? And some of the reasons, I think, why people thought they had to be at work so often, and definitely why I thought I had to be at work so often, is because it was my only mechanism of keeping any sort of control over what was happening. But we collectively got all of that really, really wrong. I would absolutely acknowledge that. The thing that I think has been particularly unfair about what has happened is it's allowed for a portrayal of a lot of people who worked really hard and did amazing work to be presented as something that, in my experience, they weren't. Now, I find it hard to talk about this because I wasn't there. You know, I don't know how old I was at the time, but I definitely wasn't partying in Number 10. I was either at work or at home. And I think that acknowledging what had happened, acknowledging that some of it was a symptom of the situation, being honest about the fact that actually I would find it hard to pick a one day when the regulations were followed properly inside that building. And I know that because, as I've said in my statement, there was one meeting where we absolutely adhered to the guidance to the letter, and that was the cabinet meeting, and everybody moaned about it, moaned and tried to change it repeatedly. So I know how exceptional it was to really, really, really properly follow the guidance. And I think that in retrospect, obviously, all sorts of things were wrong. I think that I really hope that in addition to the investigation that was done into a specific subset of events, where I would also say I think events is one of those, or parties is one of those irregular verbs. So my glass of wine in the office with colleagues at the end of a difficult day is your event in the cabinet room, is their party. And I'm not sure how a junior civil servant working in Number 10 is supposed to be able to know the difference of where those lines are drawn. And I think that I really hope that there was also an additional piece of work done, which is to look at the entirety of what happened in organisational cultures across Whitehall during that period of time, and to try to understand why. And then how can you make sure that doesn't happen again? Because I think those are the civil service questions. Why did this happen? Why did this collective group of people decide to do things that are so clearly in the wrong place? And then how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again? And like I say, I hope that piece of work has happened, because I think it's really important. Because, this is the last thing I will say about this, but when the police drew the line at what was acceptable or not acceptable as I think it's called a birthday gathering, I'm not sure, in the cabinet room, when they said that was the wrong side of the line, I am certain that there are hundreds of civil servants and potentially ministers who in retrospect think they were the wrong side of that line. And I really hope there's been some mature conversation about that, because that sort of thing, if it's not addressed, is corrosive, actually, in a culture. And I hope that endless lessons are learned about this period of time, but some of them are about cultures and ways of working and supporting people and providing better infrastructure so mistakes aren't made. And when mistakes are made, owning them and saying sorry.
Frustrations which here you're sharing with Mr. Cummings and Mr. Case, did you share them with the Prime Minister?
Frequently.
At the bottom of this page, Mr. Cain, we see a reference that you make to Matt Hancock. You say Hancock has got to go, joker, and Mr. Cummings says, yep, and liar. It's right, isn't it, that there were discussions at around this time as to whether Mr Hancock and indeed other ministers should be losing their jobs?
I think there was probably more focus on the Health Secretary than others. There was a general view, I think probably most robustly pursued by Mr Cummings, which was that we weren't getting all the accurate information from the Health Secretary in meetings, and that again was causing frustration.
Let me ask you to look at another document, please. If we could have up on screen 283369, page 38. Now, this is it's a reasonably lengthy exchange, although I hope to ask you about it fairly quickly, Mr Cain. It's an exchange between you and Mr Cummings and Mr Johnson on the 23rd of August, so a week or two before that WhatsApp that we were just looking at. And we can see it starting with Mr Cummings saying he doesn't think it's sustainable for GW. Who would that be?
Gavin Williamson.
So it's not sustainable for Mr Williamson to stay at the Department for Education. I think Lee needs to brief a reshuffle after his SR summer recess.
Spending review.
Spending review.
Imagine.
ASAP, get people in line, focus minds, and so on, talking about a reshuffle. He then repeats another message saying it's going to be turbulent, but we need a path through it. Then a message from Boris Johnson saying he agrees, but it will be fatal to brief the Cabinet about the upcoming reshuffle. And then a longer message from Dominic Cummings emphasising the position, and perhaps I'm going to ask you about this, giving us some clue as to the state of the government at the time. He says, it's a big mistake, not sustainable. If you don't get the Cabinet back into line, you'll have months more of the mayhem, briefing and leaking. This has seriously damaged your authority. You need to get this back. You need to read the Riot Act to the Cabinet and SW1. Should know there's a reshuffle coming between the spending review and Christmas. At the moment, the bubble thinks you've taken your eye off the ball. You're happy to have useless fuckpigs in charge. They think that a vast amount of the chaotic news on the front pages is coming from Number 10, when in fact it's coming from the Cabinet, who are feral, and so on. And then in the last paragraph, I also must stress, I think leaving Hancock in post is a big mistake. He's a proven liar who nobody believes or should believe on anything. And we face going into autumn crisis with the cunt still in charge of the NHS still. Therefore, we'll be back around that Cabinet table with him and Stevens bullshitting again in September. Hideous prospect. I'm going to come back to that, but let me just ask you about, or go to one or two other of these messages. Just going on, there's a series of responses from Mr Johnson talking about whether sacking people really solves things, quite what the timing of this reshuffle should be. And then if you can look at the top of page 40, please. You contribute. You say, problem leakers, Hancock, Grant, Wallace, Truss. There are other second-order ones, but these four have caused real problems this year. And then you say that you agree with the domestic policy agenda. We do need to up the firepower in key areas. Whenever we do a reshuffle, it should be bold and filled with those you're convinced will deliver for you. So two questions, Mr Cain. The impression created is of a number of key cabinet ministers, whether because they're leakers or because Mr Cummings has expressed such strong views about them, who weren't trusted as part of the government. Choose your adjective. Is it chaos? Is it dysfunction? Help us understand whether things were really as bad as are painted in these messages.
I think, it's obviously a time of significant stress, and, the challenges that we were dealing with are greater probably than any since, 1945, which should, it's important to highlight that context. I think government has a huge problem with leaking. I think, and it was really pronounced during COVID. You're having conversations, daily on potential options, and you would read about them in the next day in, in various newspapers, and that, I think, from a messaging point of view on public health, caused huge problems because people then want answers. Okay, what does this mean for me, my family, my lives? And you're then you haven't got a policy developed, and you're trying to sort of mop that up. And that was all the time. We couldn't have a single conversation. And I think that's because the sort of politics and the sort of knockabout view of sort of almost like politics as entertainment is now so entrenched in the relationship between the media and with the government. It's hard to stop it. And I think, it's something you deal with as part of politics during normal days. I think in a crisis like this, it was one of the most difficult issues we faced, was the constant leaking of stories.
McNamara, I want to take you back to one of the things you said, which is that you weren't there at the parties. Acknowledging the point you made about what we call those events.
Yeah.
But you were there at one of them, weren't you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I was in the office, and I didn't think at the time, and this is again my own thinking and my own profound regret, and my profound regret is for the damage that's been caused to so many people because of it, as well as just the mortifying experience of seeing what that looks like and how rightly offended everybody is in retrospect. I've gone into some detail in this in my statement. I absolutely knew and thought it was actually important for there to be space for particularly the private office to be able to gather together and spend time together. And that was entirely because of the kind of culture that they were working in, and entirely because I was really worried about individuals breaking and suffering, and whether they were going to be okay, and how important their colleagues were to each other. And I just want to say again, I'm saying none of that in excuse of my own misjudgment, and I'm saying none of that in excuse of thinking any of these things were okay. But it was a much more complex situation than has allowed to be presented for lots of different reasons about, and I think it's mainly, I feel very strongly that it's unfair on the junior civil servants who are caught up in it.
Complex, but still those events shouldn't have happened, should they?
Not, of course, no, of course not.
You describe an institutional failure, really, but you were at the very apex of that institution, and so to the extent there was an institutional failure, that was, to a degree, your failure. Yes. I think describing myself as the apex of that institution is probably overstating my role at the time, but I definitely, as a senior leader working there then, of course I do. And of course I own all of the other things that I wish now in retrospect I had done more on. You can't possibly go through this experience at the time and the time I've had to think about it afterwards without thinking, I wish I'd done a lot of things differently. McNamara, let me move on to, if you like, a constitutional issue, which takes us back to one of the issues we noted at the very start of my questions. You'll recall that in that paragraph of your statement where you were summarising the preparedness or otherwise of the British government state for COVID, you referred to some unhealthy habits which the system had acquired during the year or two before. And one of those that we touched on was this habit of bypassing ministers in decision-making. Take you to it, but you refer to the practice that developed during the Brexit discussions about ministers being put into reading rooms before Cabinet so that they could see documents that they were about to be asked to endorse. Is that the type of situation that you're describing? It is. It's both the... it's not uncommon, and I've worked with lots of different number 10s, it's not uncommon for number 10 to not be wild enthusiasts for cabinet government and collective agreement. So that's
in general, a point. It is definitely true that through the Brexit time, I do think Whitehall got bent out of shape in terms of cabinet government and ministers being treated properly and ministers being able to take decisions. I am pretty hard over as a civil servant, I think, on the importance of collective agreement and cabinet and ministers taking decisions.
You haven't referred to leaking. We heard from Mr. Cain yesterday. We saw some WhatsApp exchanges where there was a pretty robust discussion between Mr. Cain and Mr. Johnson, I think it was, about leaking from within the cabinet. Names were named of people they thought were leaking material. From your experience, was this part of the explanation for why there was this desire on the part of the core decision makers, the Prime Minister and his team, to use a word, marginalise cabinet ministers?
So it's definitely an explanation. I don't think it's an excuse, would be my view. Although I would absolutely agree with them on the damage that leaking caused in terms of the quality of decisions that then are taken, because you are rushing at a gate in terms of getting a decision out. And I say that I think it's very important that there is good reporting of what government is doing. So it's not a kind of attempt to shut down journalists reporting things, but it is really, really corrosive when somebody decides to leak something ill-formed and then everyone has to rush about trying to come up with what the real answer ought to be in hours rather than days.
Let me just now focus in on the COVID period and what you say about this in your statement. So if we can go to page 64 of your statement, paragraph 129. You say here, at the time I was concerned about what I saw as a circumnavigating of cabinet governance, and you were increasingly worried that the cabinet themselves were not being given the full scientific picture or able to properly be part of accountable decision making. And you go on to say that there was an asymmetry, and we will recall that one of your roles was briefing the shadow cabinet. There was an asymmetry in that at one point the shadow cabinet were getting more opportunity to ask questions of the CMO, Chris Whitty, and the CSA, Patrick Vallance, than cabinet ministers who were actually in the government. Is this the summary of that concern that you've just been describing?
Yes.
If we look just at a couple of documents to see, perhaps in practice, what was going on. First of all, if we look at tab 52, and it's a WhatsApp exchange, INQ 236371. Thank you. So this is a, have you got that?
Yeah.
So this is an exchange between, well, it's a group including Lee Cain and Dominic Cummings, and as we'll see, Martin Reynolds, from February 2020, so it's fairly early in the period. But we see Dominic Cummings saying there, lots of signs, the containment has failed, we should now expect a proper pandemic, and needing to have an update for the PM. And if we go over the page, we see Martin Reynolds saying we've scheduled a ministerial meeting on Heathrow for first thing, so we can't have a meeting tomorrow, but we'll look to fix it later. And then he says, well, perhaps we could cover it at Cabinet or at the end of the National Security Council. And then if we skip down a couple of entries, later that morning we see Martin Reynolds, who perhaps by that stage has spoken to the Cabinet Secretary, saying Mark S., one assumes that Mark Sedwell, says he would prefer to do it at Cabinet, so let's fix that again. And he makes the point that Cabinet would be better, since it includes a wider cast list, including health and so on. And we see Dominic Cummings' response, no, Cabinet leaks. If there's bad news, it will leak straight out via some fool. That's a very bad idea. So it's a vignette, it's a WhatsApp exchange. But do we see there in practice the problem that you're describing, which is that the opportunity to discuss a serious development, to understand the science, to have input from that wide variety of sources that Cabinet provides is being vetoed, in this case by Dominic Cummings, on his view, because Cabinet leaks and we can't, it's not a suitable body to have these discussions.
Yes, I mean, it's undoubtedly the case that did mean Cabinet probably didn't get the briefing it ought to have done, and it's also the case that things leaked from Cabinet just almost immediately.
If we just look at another document, this is tab 39, 308 305. This is a rather different situation, but perhaps the same basic point. It's an email you sent about we talked about the action plan in March. This is the roadmap, the plan for coming out of lockdown in May of 2020. And you are sending an email to Martin Reynolds, having had a first look at a draft. You've got various criticisms of it, but in the first paragraph, one of the points you make, looking second line down, on a fundamental level, I don't see how this can be the recovery strategy without any debate or advice about the policy or choices contained within it, and without it being shared with government ministers. I think in your statement you say that it simply wasn't shared amongst the Cabinet in the course of drafting it. Is that another example of this problem that you're describing?
Yes, and it's worth, just in case this comes across as a kind of process nerdling, it's worth explaining why I was so bothered by it. One of the things that I think happened during the pandemic overall was that it became incredibly sort of, and I'm not a car mechanic, so I don't know if it's short-circuited or hot-wired or whatever it was, the ability for somebody to write something and then it to become a published document from the government was just so quick. And so there's two problems with that. Firstly, that you don't get, government's a serious business, and the boring work of going through all of the things that are on the one hand and on the other hand is important because it produces better outcomes when something is actually going to happen in real life. And also, as important, if not more importantly, the accountable people for the decisions of this government are people who've been elected. And I do appreciate it can feel a bit tedious to have to get them to agree, but it's not a get them to agree and tick it through. It's that they are accountable and they should be making the decisions on behalf of all of us who elect them. And it's not a bit of processology, it's a really fundamental point to the way that our country is governed. So it matters.
So that second question, reading through it, of course these are private exchanges, and we must remember that. But the language that is used repeatedly about colleagues is rude, it is dismissive, it is aggressive. We will hear evidence of a so-called macho culture in Downing Street at the time. Is this a fair reflection of the culture?
So first, I'd like to point out it's not, not my language or what I would have used. I would say that, as I mentioned earlier, there is a problem within Mr. Johnson's sort of senior team that there was a lack of diversity, and that was the same in gender, in socioeconomic and in ethnic minority. And I think if you lack that diversity within a team, you create problems in decision making, policy development and culture. So I think that's all part of the equation. But I think fundamentally any number 10 is a direct reflection of the principle. And I think that's probably the case here.
Right. And finally, Mr. Cain, I want to just ask you one or two questions back on the question of the circuit breaker lockdown. And you describe in your statement, I won't take you to it, the meeting that happened on the 20th of September where Professor Hennigan, Professor Gupta and others were brought in virtually to Downing Street to discuss. And you, in your statement, make it clear that you regarded at that stage it as essential that a lockdown should take place, but that the Prime Minister disagreed and emphasised the economic arguments. At around this time, a few weeks later, I want to take you to INQ 267902, please. This is a text or WhatsApp between you and the Prime Minister. We'll see the 15th of October. He says, "I must say I've been slightly rocked by some of the data on COVID fatalities. The median age is 82 to 81 for men, 85 for women. That's above life expectancy, so get COVID and live longer. Hardly anyone under 60 goes into hospital. I no longer buy all this NHS overwhelmed stuff. Folks, I think we may need to recalibrate." And you say, all understood, but how does this change the policy? Still not politically viable to change course. He says it shows we don't go for nationwide lockdown. Now, previously we've talked about the economic arguments against lockdown. This seems to be introducing a slightly different theme. And I want to show you very briefly some other entries in Patrick Balance's diaries from around this time. So could we look at them sequentially, please? First of all, it's 273901. First of all, page 150. So this was a little bit earlier in August, where Patrick Balance has recorded that the PM WhatsApp group kicks off because the PM had read about the infection fatality rate. And it says this: "He's obsessed with older people accepting their fate and letting the young get on with life and the economy going." Quite a bonkers set of exchanges. If we can look at page 308, please. On a similar theme, picking it up a couple of lines down, PM says, "His party thinks the whole thing is pathetic and COVID is just nature's way of dealing with old people, and I'm not entirely sure I disagree with them. A lot of moderate people think it's a bit too much." And lastly, please, page 312. By this time we're in December. We see the chief whip says, "I think we should let the old people get it and protect others." PM says, "A lot of my backbenchers think that, and I must say, I agree with them." Now, the theme in those notes is similar, is it not, to that WhatsApp we looked at between you and the Prime Minister? It's not saying that the economy is the main argument. It's related, but it's different. It's saying, look, it's only old people who get this disease. Why don't we just let them get it so the young people can live their lives? Is that something which you think influenced the Prime Minister during this period?
I think you could see from the evidence he was I think he was concerned about the damage on society as a whole, and he was trying to view it through that lens. I think some of the language is obviously not what I would have used, but for me the core argument was always the same, which was your choice is that we lock down and control the virus, and we do so as quick as possible to minimise cost to health and cost to the economy at the same time. The only reason you can start having any of these conversations is if you have no intention of bringing in further suppression measures, which for me was always morally and politically, a non-starter. It was never something any responsible government or any responsible Prime Minister could or would undertake. So I felt a lot of this was just noise and distraction. And when reality became clearer, as it would, he would, and did actually take out the measures responsible. I think some of it is important to focus on. I think he acted too late on some of particularly the later lockdowns, but he did actually do what I believe to be the moral and responsible course of action. It was just later than it should have been.
Mr. Cain, thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Lady, there are, as you know, two sets of questions from core participants.
There are. Mr. Metzer?
That's if you like, a constitutional imperative.
Yes.
You've also mentioned that the process of cabinet government brings just a qualitative difference. Makes for a better decision. And if we can just look, please, at page 54 of your statement, paragraph 107. I think this is the point you're driving at here. Towards the bottom of that paragraph. And perhaps we're coming back to that point about breadth of experience and the real world experience that we were discussing in context of football matches. But picking it up about 8 lines from the bottom, if we can. You see there's a sentence in the middle of that line that says whatever. So whatever the personal experience of those in the room, and it was a pretty privileged set of people by any standard, there should have been a way of advising on implications for the whole population in the way that more normal civil service work would have allowed for. And then this, the full cabinet were better at bringing this wider perspective. They were a bit more grounded in consequences that were not as obvious and the complexities of the world as it is. The cabinet were not asked their opinion very often, and not on decisions in flight that I can recall. So is that, if you like, the point that about the quality of decision making that is lost if the cabinet are bypassed?
I think so, and it's also a point about the narrowed perspective, which I think is I presume we'll come on.
Yes, and we certainly will come to that. And I think you, at a different part in your statement, is it fair to say that you had a similar reflection about the Covideo group,
Yeah.
Being a rather narrow group and suffering from a similar problem?
Yes, and I happen to think that more elected people involved in decision making is better.
Let's move on, if we may, to a rather different, but still constitutionally flavoured issue. And for these purposes, I'd like to look at a paper that you were involved in drafting. It was dated the 22nd of May. It's tab 30, and it's 183934. Now, this is a document. The reason for going to this document, Ms. McNamara, is because of the proposals that you make about relations with the devolved administrations. Mm-hmm. There's obviously other points in this document, but that's why I'm asking you to look at it. And that is the front page with the Prime Minister's comments on the paper, which I'm not going to go to. But if we can go to the next page, please. We see the beginning of the note as it is, and without looking at it, we can remind ourselves that this was in fact a document drafted by you and Simon Case. Is that right? I think before he became Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, this is when Simon has just been appointed as the Permanent Secretary of the COVID Task Force, or what would be then the COVID Task Force.
And in summary, is this fair, that this is a document which is it is part of the process by which the arrangements within Number 10 in the Downing Street were rearranged, and in particular the MIGs were put to one side and replaced by Covideo and Covid-S.
Yes, and also an attempt to, again, kind of restart government as normal, I think, which is why there's so many other cabinet committees also mentioned.
As I say, the particular focus for present purposes is on the question of how the devolved administrations were to be bound into this new process. Mm-hmm. And we can see in the summary of the document, in that bold passage at paragraph 1, 2 or 3 lines up from the bottom, that there is a proposal that we use the usual joint ministerial committee mechanisms to manage the DAs. Just note that word manage, and we'll come back to it, because there is, as one would expect, a further paragraph in the body of the document which gives us more detail on this issue, and that's paragraph 6 on the next page. And we can see that you make the point that so far the devolved administrations have been involved, first of all, by attending COBRA, and secondly, by being represented on the MIGs. And you say there needs to be a mechanism to discuss and agree on a four-nation approach. In keeping with a move back to normal structures, you could convene a joint ministerial committee when needed instead. COBRA would stop meeting on COVID unless we re-enter a crisis situation. And then you talk about city mayors, and then in bold, do you agree to use the JMC to manage conversations with the DAs and only COBRA if we re-enter a crisis situation? And I think Mr. Johnson made it clear he hasn't sort of ticked or squiggled yes or anything, but in his statement he says that he agreed with this proposal. Mm-hmm. What did you have in mind when you said that joint ministerial committees could be convened in the normal way? Was this something that was going to happen weekly, monthly?
So I think that you're right to, manage is an uncomfortable word to see in the summary, and manage conversations is a in the actual draft is a better way of putting it. So I wasn't closely involved at this point in how conversations with the devolved administrations were going. I know that I had conversations with the CDL's team, it's the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster, who about this note and about the proposal within it, and particularly the things that he was going to be asked to do. And my understanding at that point was that it was important that there were some sort of formal structures whereby these conversations could carry on. If we were closing down COBRA, not closing down COBRA, but for these purposes, not having devolved administrations involved in the replacement cabinet committees, because that would be odd, because it's not the way that cabinet committees work, then it was very important to have a mechanism for those conversations to continue in the normal way of things. So I'm more familiar, to be honest, with the way that the JMC ran in the coalition than at this point of time. I wasn't really involved in anything to do with managing relationships, but that would have been my expectation, and that would have been my assumption would be that would be for the CDL to do mostly, but not only the CDL. I'd also been expecting that the Prime Minister and the First Ministers would also find ways to speak to each other.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Cain, I ask questions on behalf of the long COVID groups. I don't think we need to go to it, but if you need to, let me know. There's an email to the CSA and the CMO's office dated the 25th of June 2020, in which DHSC reported that the Cabinet Office had asked DHSC to look at communications around the recovery of patients following COVID-19 infection. Were you aware of this request for information about the recovery of patients following COVID-19?
I was not, no.
You say you weren't?
No.
Can you help as to whether there was any discussion in number 10 about communicating publicly the risk of long-term health impacts of COVID-19 at the time?
I think initially the understanding around long COVID was minimal. In number 10, I think we were still, gathering evidence for much of my time, which, obviously I left in the November of 2020. So during my time, I think we were still quite unclear on some of it, but it was becoming more pronounced. But I don't recall any specific campaigns to it at that point. I think, again, it would have been the sort of press conferences where we'd have discussed it. But I think at the time I was there, the evidence maybe wasn't as advanced as it, later became. That's right through till November 2020, you say? Yes. I see. I might come back to that in a moment. Can we put up 283370, please? On the 5th of July 2020, NHS England announced your COVID recovery service, online rehabilitation service. And Sir Simon Stevens said the service would benefit, in quotes, and it's there, tens of thousands of people who are suffering long-term effects of coronavirus. You've said today that you met with the NHS regularly, even many times a week,
in any of those regular meetings, was this announcement ever discussed?
Not that I recall, but you'll appreciate there was a huge number of meetings and issues raised, but I don't recall that now.
Okay. You've spoken today about individual responsibility, saying that people look to protect themselves in very sensible ways. Would you agree, Mr. Cain, that communications about the risks of the long-term effects of COVID-19 was important for the public to know so that they can protect themselves from this risk?
I think certainly once we understood what those dangers were, yes.
And do you agree that you were aware of that many months before you left office?
I was aware of conversations developing on long COVID and what it meant, but it was not a primary focus for my work, which was slightly different and more sort of political messaging space. This is the sort of thing that would have been led departmentally or by the NHS. I mean by that.
Yeah. But following those meetings with the NHS, are you aware as to whether there were any discussions in number 10 about raising awareness of the long-term effects of COVID-19 at the time of this announcement in July 2020?
I was not, but again, it would have been something that I would expect to be led departmentally or by the ALB.
What we know, again, in summary, is that first of all, there were never any JMCs, at least that had as their purpose dealing with COVID arrangements. Secondly, there were regular calls between Michael Gove and the devolved leaders, but that during that period, the leaders of the devolved administrations repeatedly said that that wasn't adequate, that they were essentially just being, these calls were just being used to tell them what was happening rather than as a means of, to use your phrase, using a Four Nations approach to discuss what should happen. They repeatedly called for JMCs, which never transpired.
Okay.
Let me ask you about a passage from Mr. Johnson's witness statement, if we can call it up. It's tab 35 in your bundle, page 45, 188. It's document 255836. So it's paragraph, yes. So this is a passage in his statement which has been subject of some consideration at the inquiry. But this is a response by Mr. Johnson to the suggestion that there should have been JMCs during the pandemic. He says, it is optically wrong in the first place for the UK Prime Minister to hold regular meetings with the other DA First Ministers as though the UK were a kind of mini EU of four nations and we were meeting as a council in a federal structure. That is not, in my view, how devolution is meant to work. Do you see any tension between your proposal in the document that we were looking at, your expectation, and that statement by Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
So I don't think I was aware in making that proposal, and I'm saying this hesitantly because I just don't have much memory about why this was here. It would have been a standard, if you're not going to engage with the devolved administrations in this way, then you must engage with them in that way. And I probably wasn't thinking about it in a more sophisticated way than that. This is obviously entirely different. I did know that was Mr. Johnson's view towards the governing structures of the United Kingdom. And I also knew that the personal, the kind of personal politics between him and the First Minister in Scotland, in the way that it was played back to me, I never saw it firsthand, was such that that had been a thing that people talked about as being difficult in the first phase. So I suspect that this was a way of trying to go back into a more normal pattern. I don't think it would have occurred to me that there wasn't going to be any JMCs. after that.
Whatever you call the meetings, were you expecting a substantive process of discussion and consultation to take place across the four nations looking forward?
I was expecting close working is probably the better way of putting it. That would have been my expectation, is a continuation of close working, which is not only at ministerial level. So I know that the respective CMOs of the four nations also met regularly, and I would have been expecting those sorts of the kind of close working while respecting the devolution settlements to continue.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. We can take that down. I want to move on to just another short topic, and that is about the Health Secretary, Mr. Hancock. Would it be fair to say that he was one of those people who you worked with fairly closely during the period of the pandemic?
So I will have seen him in the formal meetings.
Yeah.
Yes.
But regularly?
Very regularly, yes. But as part of the kind of, as a member of the cabinet or
Yes.
as a member of the committees, yes.
You worked in the Cabinet Office.
Yes.
He worked in the Department for Health. So
Yes.
there was clearly some distance there.
Yeah.
But equally, he was very involved in the response to the pandemic, and you saw him in
Yes.
meetings.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be. I probably was in a meeting with him once a day at various points. Yes, you're absolutely right.
All right. I want to take you to 2 or 3 passages in your witness statement. First of all, page 20, please. And it's that paragraph at the top. We went to it earlier this morning, just to remind ourselves. You explained that one of the reasons that you were confident that the plans for the pandemic existed was simply because Mr. Hancock, time and time again, in your words, and as you've explained this morning, without any ambiguity, assured the Cabinet that they were there. And would it be fair to say that you were surprised, let down, when you realised that what he had said wasn't actually true?
I was surprised, yes.
But you agree, by that time, you were aware of the long-term effect risks?
To be honest, I can't remember the timings of when I would have been, up to speed with what the long-term risks of long COVID were.
Or at the very least, would you agree, you would certainly have been aware after the DHSC announcement on long COVID in October 2020?
Probably, but again, there was a huge amount taking place at that point. So again, it's as I say, it's not an area of focus that I particularly recall in any great detail, which I apologise for.
At paragraph 89, page 20 of your witness statement, you said at the beginning of the COVID response, vital public health messages were distributed via a mixture of Department of Health, Department of Transport, or the Cabinet Office digital channels. Did the fact that different government departments were distributing public health advice result in inconsistent messaging?
So it's a good question. I think there is a general practice that a lot of government departments act as sort of communication fiefdoms in their own right, and that can sometimes make all sorts of messaging challenges, which is one of the things that we did in COVID, was to create a central campaigning body that reported directly in number 10 to try and pull together coherency within our political campaigning, so we didn't have that sort of fighting. And I think it's something that's continued, thankfully, since I left.
But the existence of that fiefdoms, as you've put it, would you agree, did have a genuine risk of inconsistent messaging?
Well, I think we fixed that particular problem. I think that was something I was acutely aware of in part of the changes I wanted to make to the government communication system. So we did try and fix that with sort of command and control cabinet office centre that oversaw the campaigns as opposed to pushing them through. But that obviously came in sort of in the summer, I think, more in the sort of summer of 2020.
And what was that central campaigning body?
It's a group that's in the Cabinet Office that will consist of highly trained campaigning professionals who understand a lot of sort of newer media techniques. And the general thesis would be that departments themselves would have to pitch into that sort of central body to have campaigns they wanted to do green lighted, because the government spends hundreds of millions on campaigns, and 162 a year when I was there, most of which people don't notice. Metrics for measuring them are pretty poor, so we just wanted to professionalise that particular area.
So do you say through that central body there are attempts to coordinate public health messages communicated by different departments?
Correct.
Let me ask you about another passage. Just going forward a few pages to page 58. At the very bottom of that page, paragraph 117, you say that through April, it became obvious that the confidence number 10 had in the machinery in the Cabinet Office was in sharp decline. Excuse me, there were also increasing questions about the performance of DHSC and the Health Secretary, where the issue was a lack of confidence that what he said was happening was actually happening. You say that the two were related. And then this, the usual systems of governance in Whitehall rely on people being truthful. The sense of this part of your statement seems to be that people working in government at the time didn't trust Mr. Hancock. They didn't believe that what he was telling them was true. Is that a view that you held?
So it's definitely the view in government. It is, I think it's fair to say it was what we experienced, so that what was said in a meeting as actually being under control or going to be delivered or something that was fine, that then subsequently, a matter of days sometimes, or sometimes weeks later, we discovered that that wasn't in fact the case. So I think it's quite hard to say, absolutely it wasn't the situation where, I don't recall anyway, a situation where it was black was white, but definitely a pattern of being reassured that something was absolutely fine and then discovering it was very, very far from fine. And that again is sort of unusual in a cabinet, inside Whitehall, in a cabinet committee or cabinet government situation. You don't usually get that. You don't usually get everything's okay, and then 2 weeks later, not only is it not okay, it wasn't even there. That's very, very unusual in my experience. And so this is my point, that not only was that a problem, but why wasn't the Department of Health, why wasn't there anybody who was able to say, actually, it's not quite like that? And my experience is that we didn't get those signals through from the department. We didn't get a sense that actually what we were being told might not be right. And then that also then led to, I would have thought reasonably, a concern that the processes and structures that we'd put in place in order to create any accountability were in fact not really working, because things turned out not to be the case very quickly afterwards.
Yeah.
How were public campaigns on COVID-19 updated by the government as information became available?
I think, as policies change, we would try to, make those amendments into our public communications.
I'm not sure you've answered the question. How were the campaigns updated?
Well, the policies, changes would be fed into the communications team. We would then look at, certain research, best ways to communicate them, and then make changes to, public announcements, to campaigns, whatever they were, as appropriate.
So who, if anyone, was ultimately responsible for communicating through government messaging that there was a risk of long COVID?
I think it would fall in between, the Department of Health and Alex Aitken within the Cabinet Office, or indeed the NHS. So there's a that different areas would pick up different responsibilities. I'm not sure where the full responsibility would lie with that. It depends on the severity and how, I assume it would be in the Cabinet Office.
So I do read between that, there's a danger it would fall between and not be dealt with by anyone.
I think, in the size and scale of government, that is indeed possible.
And the last question I want to ask you, Mr. Cain, is in the absence of a clear coordinated communications plan on long COVID, do you agree that number 10 and the Cabinet Office failed to alert the public sufficiently about the long-term effects of COVID-19?
I can only really comment during my own time, and I think part of the problem was just, developing the evidence stream. I think at the time, and the focus was on the live issue of dealing with the immediate response during my time. I think, I'm not sure how that subsequently changed as, I departed and the pandemic itself changed and our understanding changed.
Well, certainly, would you agree then, by the time, until you left in November 2020, as you've said, you would agree that there was a insufficient failure to alert the public about the long-term effects?
Again, from the evidence that we knew and had, I think we probably acted responsibly. But I think you can't communicate what you're unaware of, and I think in a lot of those early stages we weren't overly aware of the dangers. But I think we did discuss them. We did talk about them. They were raised within the press conferences. I think it was something that and those press conferences alone, we're looking at 10 million people watching every single evening, huge numbers. So these were issues that were raised.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cain.
Thank you, Mr. Metzer. Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you. Mr. Cain, I'm going to ask you just about a couple of topics on behalf of the COVID Bereaved Families for Justice UK, which represents many bereaved families from across the UK. Both of the topics have been touched on by Mr. O'Connor, so I'll be I'll cut to the chase if I may. At paragraph 118 of your statement, you write this. At this time, and you're talking about 6 or 7 weeks into lockdown, the Prime Minister was becoming increasingly concerned about the impact of lockdowns on the economy and the political impact it was having on the right wing of the Conservative Party and the coverage of the right-leaning media. For example, on May the 8th, 2020, the Daily Telegraph, a newspaper that had been robustly anti-lockdown, printed its front page on a favourable interview with the Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister called me that evening and expressed significant concern, stating our policies were causing us to lose the backing of generally supportive elements of the media, and he felt they may well be right. And then you add in brackets, a position that conflicted with all the evidence available, close brackets. Yes?
Yes.
So just for clarity, what you are expressing there is a frustration that Mr. Johnson's prioritisation of media views, he was prioritising that over the actual evidence, over the views of advisors such as yourself, and over public opinion at that time. Is that right?
So I think it's slightly more complex in the sense that he, I think, was unsure about the policy that we were taking forward. So I think it was people reinforcing some of his own concerns. I think he probably would have, as I said before, been writing these sorts of leaders in the Telegraph himself. This isn't a criticism of the Telegraph, which is, shining a light on where they thought the issues were. But I think, the Prime Minister himself, this was part of his sort of oscillation and concerns
Yes.
over policy development.
The point I'm trying to get you to clarify really is that the point in the brackets that you seem to need to make clear that it conflicted with all of the evidence. So he's preferring the views of the right wing of his party and the Daily Telegraph over the actual evidence and his advice. That's what you're conveying, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yes, there was an issue with processes, structures, the Department for Health. But does it come back to the fact that Mr. Hancock regularly was telling people things that they later discovered weren't true?
Yes.
One more passage on this, Ms. McNamara. and that's page 39 of your statement. It relates back to that period, that very tense and difficult period just after you came back to work in April. And in fact, you can see at the beginning of that paragraph, you say it was a fragile time. And in this paragraph, you describe being inside, as you say, the eerily empty number 10, partly perhaps because everyone was off with COVID. But Mr. Hancock had recovered and was back. Excuse me. You say you were pleased to see him recovered. You talked about your respective experiences. And then you say you remember trying to reassure him that he didn't need to be in the office, especially not in number 10, and saying that it must be very hard. As Health Secretary, he could not have imagined the enormity of the decisions he would be involved in when he was appointed. And given, as you say, that it was a long way from the Dane job, you wanted to know if there was any more help or support he needed.
Yes.
And then you've included in your statement this account and also his response, which is, he reassured me that he was, quotes, loving the responsibility, and to demonstrate this, took up a batsman's stance outside the cabinet room and said, they bowl them at me, I knock them away. This is a intriguing exchange that you've chosen to include in your statement. Are you trying to tell us something about your assessment of Mr. Hancock's character or the way he was doing his job?
I'm trying to explain just how jarring some of that was and how different places, lots of us who were all in the same, theoretically in the same place that we were. And it does partly go back to my point about kind of nuclear levels of confidence that were being deployed, which I do think is a problem. And it really stuck with me, this moment, and I thought I have tried throughout this statement to give you the most honest and best account I can of what it was like to be there, because I think that's the best service that I can do in terms of you being able to come to some conclusions. So it was important to me at the time, so I felt it was important to include in this way, but it's more a point about confidence than anything else.
The second topic, again, it's been touched upon, so I'll be brief, and it's about diversity. And Mr. O'Connor took you to deal with the lack of focus or consideration at all of split families and the Marcus Rashford issues. But you say in your statement, and again, I'm not going to put it up, but it's at paragraph 121D, that some policy decisions slip through the cracks due to this lack of diversity. And you've already referred to middle-aged and white people only in the room, and that's the problem. What other, apart from the ones you've already mentioned, what other policy decisions slip through the cracks because of this lack of diversity?
I think part of the problem is, I can't really sort of recall specifics off the top of my head, but I think part of the problem is just very much having a situation where people's own lived experience isn't in the room. So, you know, if you have predominantly middle-aged white men, you're going to miss out on a whole load of different areas of expertise and lived experience that will, you know. So again, like the Marcus Rashford was obviously a huge part of that. You know, some of the bubble sections, there'd be the sort of things that I would highlight. Okay, so for example, the disproportionate effects of the pandemic on people from ethnic minorities, that's something that slipped through the cracks? I think that was something that was discussed. I think that's part of the challenge. I think these issues will be discussed, but are they given the weight necessary without some of the lived experience? I think that, and that's, I don't know the answer to some of that. Yeah. It felt to me that sometimes we missed things or didn't give enough attention that we could have done. But I genuinely don't know if, you know, how much that would have impacted. Well, what steps, if any, were taken to address this diversity gap, which presumably was obvious at the time? So, it's not, unfortunately for me, to pick the Prime Minister's senior team. I think, I can only control the elements of, the remit which I control. And I think we had a very diverse, particularly gender diverse, but we had a very diverse team within the Number 10 press office. And, they were, incredible individuals to work with. And,
Okay, but bearing in mind that diversity and the lack of diversity you've pointed up at paragraph 121D, did you advise the Prime Minister or anybody else that this was a problem that needed to be addressed?
I think it was something that was frequently raised, I think, particularly by many female members of Number 10 who, I think it really sort of shone a light, because within COVID, what tends to happen is there was a small core room, often in the cabinet room, where the individuals would be around the table. Now, in non-COVID times, there'd be a lot more people in that room, so it would sort of mask some of these issues. During COVID, the sort of secondary cast, if you will, would be outside watching on a Zoom. And what became very clear is it was predominantly women in the building who were outside watching on a Zoom, and predominantly white middle-aged men around the table. So I would receive messages from members of my team sort of, highlighting this gender disparity and the fact that we needed to change. And it was
so you advised, you advised about it, but did anything change? That was my question.
No, nothing did change.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cain. Thank you for your help.
Confidence or in fact, overconfidence?
I think overconfidence, yes, is completely, yes, overconfidence. And going back to my humanity point, I think that this failure to appreciate all the time that what we were doing was making decisions that were going to impact on everybody's lives, and that meant lots of real people with real consequences. And I don't think there was ever enough attention paid to that.
You were trying to engage with Mr. Hancock about the incredibly onerous scope and impact of the decisions he was going to have to be making, the impact on the lives of everyone in the country of those decisions. And he thought he was playing cricket.
Well, I assumed it would be weighing heavy on his shoulders. He may well tell you that it was, and he felt it was important to project something else instead. I don't know. I just know how I experienced that.
Mr. O'Connor, are we going to finish with Ms. McNamara before lunch?
We're not, my lady. I have another.
In which case, it's been a long morning for you. I think we'll break for lunch now, and I'm sure the stenographer would also be grateful for a break. 5 to 2, please.
Well, I welcome the fact that Her Majesty will be making one of these very rare addresses because it recognises what an extraordinary and difficult time this is for the nation. And this point about holding our resolve is so important. The vast majority of people are following the public health advice, which is absolutely critical, and staying at home.
Mr. O'Connor.
Okay, from lady. Ms. McNamara, I want to turn now and ask you a series of questions about what you describe in your witness statement as narrowed perspectives on the part of decision makers, and it's something we've touched on during the morning. The consequence of some of the behaviours and narrowed understanding, lack of real life experience that you observed on the part of those in Downing Street. And you'll recall that we looked at that paragraph of your statement where you brought together those themes which you thought were represented in the issue about prison releases. And one of the themes that you refer to there was a general lack of knowledge or understanding on the part of decision makers of how large parts of the state operate. And with that in mind, I'd like to ask you some questions about understanding of the NHS on the part of Boris Johnson, his ministers, and so on. the NHS, which of course was of such central importance to the pandemic. As we've heard, the lockdown was caused by an understanding that there was a need to prevent the NHS being overwhelmed. So with that in mind, could we look please at page 39 of your witness statement? It's paragraph 71. And the context is you're discussing challenges and debates within the Cabinet Office about the NHS and so on. But I want to pick it up about 5 or 6 lines from the bottom. Do you see it says, I do not remember anyone working in the centre or who was part of the conversations who had a detailed understanding of the way the NHS operated. This is not unusual or unique to that time. Social policy and the operational management of the state is always underrepresented in the centre of power, whereas the Treasury, foreign policy and national security are overrepresented. Just going back to the first sentence, you say you don't remember anyone working in the centre or who was part of those conversations who had a detailed understanding of the way the NHS operated. Yeah. Given all we've heard about the importance of the NHS, and not just in terms of caring for people, but the detail, whether it was going to be overwhelmed or not, that's a very striking statement.
Yes, it was an observation at the time and is striking in retrospect as well. I think it probably goes to what needs to be different in the future, is that it oughtn't be possible to kind of start from that primary level of ignorance. It causes problems, and it was something we felt very strongly at the time, that just actually having people who were literate in the NHS would have been more useful.
But there are a small minority of people who are still not doing that. It's quite unbelievable, frankly, to see that there are some people who are not following the advice.
No doubt there were attempts to educate the Prime Minister, his advisors, his ministers in the way the NHS worked. And we've seen, for example, Simon Stevens came to meetings, of course, Chris Whitty. But was that a sticking plaster that did the job, or do you think there was still a deficit that actually led to imperfections in policy decisions?
I think if you were starting again, you might think quite differently about what is the skills and expertise and knowledge that ought to be available immediately for a Prime Minister to help support them on the business of the day, whatever it is. So, for example, there's been a military attaché in the Prime Minister's private office for a very long time, for very good reasons, because when the Prime Minister is taking decisions which relate to the deployment of the military, then having somebody who can sit right by the side of the Prime Minister and translate and explain and bridge that gap is very important and useful. I'm not my place, and I wouldn't be suggesting there need to be a series of attachés. What I'm saying is that I think this is an endemic problem, that having more actual operational and detailed experience of important things for our country, it'd be better if the Prime Minister could have those in-house, as well as, yes, absolutely always should be relying on the Chief Medical Officer and the Secretary of State for Health, because what, in my view, you don't want Number 10 or the Cabinet Office ever to be is a sort of mini replication of the entirety of Whitehall. Good government works when everybody is doing their jobs well and the centre is doing its job well, and trying to recreate everything in the centre of Whitehall, as I think probably this experience shows in a pretty gruesome way, does not work.
Let me shift focus just a little bit, still on narrowed perspectives, but now on that type of narrowed perspectives where there is a failure properly to consider certain groups within society. And before turning to specifics, let me take you to one general observation you make. It's on page 53 of your statement, at the bottom, paragraph 106. And you say this: I remember at the time feeling as if while there was undoubtedly sympathy, and I think you're talking about sympathy amongst the decision makers, sympathy for the differential impacts on women, poorer people, how COVID was disproportionately harming black and Asian communities. When it was raised, it was treated as if these were naturally occurring phenomena rather than the consequences of deliberate choices, albeit often historic. And you do not think the impacts on women and children were properly appreciated even much later in the process. It's that term naturally occurring phenomena that stands out. And can you explain what you mean by that?
So what I mean is I think there wasn't a sufficient understanding that government, in the way that it was making decisions at that time, was either compounding or correcting inequality. And I don't think there was enough understanding of the impact of what the government does or how our country works in the day-to-day, and then enough of a questioning look at whether the decisions and actions of the government were making that worse or better. And I mean, that might not have been the way that other people would phrase it, but I would, that there wasn't enough mindfulness about trying to address inequality as opposed to sort of compounding it without really noticing.
So perhaps that there was not an understanding that what the choices the government made, just as in the same way as historic choices that earlier governments had made, was actually driving this change.
Yes.
But the vast and overwhelming majority of people are. And so I hope that Her Majesty will lift the spirits and also thank everybody who is doing the right thing by staying at home, because that is the best way to control the spread of this virus.
Now, we spoke earlier about the reports you did, the evidence you took, if you like, about the over-talking of women in the Cabinet Office, the fact they weren't present at meetings, and so on. And I said we would come back to the causation issue, if you like, of what effect you thought that was actually having, quite apart from on policies, quite apart from the effect it was having on those concerned. And perhaps we can look, please, at page 103 of your statement, on page 52. And you, in this paragraph, you detail a series of policy areas which you think were affected. You say, in terms of the policy response, that the exclusion of a female perspective led to significant negative consequences, including the lack of thought given to childcare in the context of school closures, a serious lack of thinking about domestic abuse and the vulnerable, about carers and informal networks for how people look after each other in families and communities. You also say insufficient thinking about single parents, alongside a disproportionate thinking about shooting and football. And you also mention a lack of guidance for women who might be pregnant, and so on. So, at the moment, dealing with those things sort of cumulatively, can you tell us a little bit more about your concerns at the time?
I could see that not only was it that decisions were being made that didn't think about these impacts, that the sort of absence from the room was even more problematic, that I didn't actually believe that decision makers were willfully and deliberately deciding to cause harm to particular groups, but that it wasn't even considered was a real problem. And I should say, I mean, I've talked a lot about women in this statement, but the issue of ethnicity and the divergent impact of COVID on different communities was something that we were really concerned about at the time as well.
Well, let's just come to that now, because so if we can look, please, at tab 53 of the bundle, and it's document 286042. What we can see is this is another response, isn't it, to that email we looked at earlier about women at the centre. I think we saw Catherine Hammond's response before lunch, but this is a different one from another civil servant called Alexandra Burns. And in the first paragraph, she addresses your email about impact on women and so on. But then she goes on, and we'll note that this is still just the 13th of April, to say, separately, I feel like there's an issue bubbling on another equality dimension, race. Lots of discussion starting publicly about the fact it seems to be hitting ethnic minorities harder. She doesn't know whether it's true or not, although she clearly thinks it may well be. She can understand the problem. But then she says, do you know if there is any work looking at this at all at the moment? Tell us, is that something that you took forward or that you were aware that others took forward?
So this is a not uncommon moment when another of the private secretaries in number 10 is really identifying a problem and highlighting it quite helpfully. I think she was the first person to really start to worry and raise this as an issue. From what I recall, she and I then spoke about it. She explained a bit more what she was worried about. And I think, but I'd have to check the record again, I think we started with the data and trying to get a better understanding of the data, and then trying to, in lots of ways, that was the way in which to try to highlight a problem or an issue at the time. But it's another good example of her doing that.
And the fastest way to get us out of this.
You say it's unbelievable that some people are breaking the rules of the lockdown, but I just wonder if you could clarify a little bit about what we are and we aren't allowed to do. The weather is very lovely this weekend. Not everyone has a garden. Is it acceptable to sit down in the park and sunbathe if you are maintaining social distancing?
Again, it wouldn't have been your role personally to have investigated these matters, but to have made sure that other people were.
Yes. So quite often, I think, as you will see through the record, what I'm doing is hearing about something, someone's raising an issue with me, and then I am working out where to put it and how to make sure that we are, as always, trying to do our best efforts and think in the biggest way possible. So that's probably how I try to work in general, and it's definitely given very little of this was actually under my kind of operational management. It was one of the things that I thought was how I could contribute the most at the time.
Switching back, if we may, because we were talking about issues about women and those lists of issues that you felt being overlooked. This is again something that you sent emails about, took action about at the time. So if we could go, please, to tab 37 of the bundle, and it's 308302. An email you sent 10 days or so after the email we were just looking at, towards the end of April. And you say that you think that we should make a list of all the things that have happened because of lack of gender diversity in decision makers. It isn't enough that we keep observing this phenomenon. It doesn't matter if the political team haven't asked or don't seem interested. As civil servants, we have a responsibility to find a way of building this input in so that the country gets the best outcome that isn't optional, and so on. And then you start by making a list of issues which mirrors some of the points that are in your witness statement. Confusion about access to abortion, guidance on pregnancy, and the second one, not making provision for victims of domestic abuse. So do we see here you trying to start a process of bringing these issues more to light?
I think, so this is an email to Cara Escott, as she said, so she is another great example of people who run towards a problem. So she's actually she had been the Principal Private Secretary to the previous Cabinet Secretary, and she's one of the people who stepped up and volunteered to help. So this is a person I know quite well, which is probably why the tone of the email is quite brusque, I think. I certainly wasn't criticising her. I think far from it, I think what has happened here is that she and I have had a conversation. We've thought that raising things was enough. And then now I'm thinking that from what she's just said to me, it's not enough. And so we think about what do we do now? And this whole time, as is pretty normal in the civil service. You try something and then it doesn't work, so you try something else and you try something else. And I think that's what she and I are trying to do here. And then she, who at the time was working in the team who were providing the advice on COVID, was making sure from her perspective, as far as she could, that these considerations were baked into the advice and thinking.
And the theme of this email is, as you say, it's not enough just to notice these problems or even to talk about them. We've got to do something about them. Was further action taken going forward on these issues, either by you or by others?
So by her, yes. And I'm pretty sure the record will show that in terms of what then started to feature in the advice that came from the task force.
Yeah.
We're absolutely clear that you should not leave your home unless it's for one of 4 reasons: for medical reasons, to buy food, to go to work if you can't work at home, or for exercise. And of course I understand how difficult this is, but the problem is that when you go out, it's not only that you might directly interact with somebody closer than 2 meters, it's also that whenever you can spread the virus through touching something which somebody else then touches, or you could pick it up that way. So we're crystal clear in the guidance of what people should and shouldn't do. That guidance is backed up in law.
One of the issues we see listed there, which you have referred to more than once in your statement, is the question of domestic abuse. And I think in another email you said that you thought it was very likely that people had died because not enough had been done to think about how to address the problems that that group faced. I'm not going to take you to it, but do you recall that?
I do recall that. I think that was me reacting to a cabinet minute where I think the Prime Minister had said that no one had been harmed or something like that, and I felt that wasn't, the cabinet minute needs to be accurate, and I was concerned about, obviously, that I thought domestic abuse was sadly bound to have increased. And I think that it's one of those areas where if we'd have just had a month more or 6 weeks more, and the sort of people that think properly about these issues in the centre of Whitehall, of which there were many, then we might have been able to do something that mitigated that harm. And that is one of the things that, well, it's obviously awful that we were not able to think ahead enough in advance, and that then all those people came to further harm.
Just pursuing that issue a little further, if we can look at paragraph 45 of your statement, please, on page 25. So it's the bottom page, in fact, I think the bottom 4 lines. Do you have it?
Yes.
You say, I remember it being far too difficult to get people to pay attention to domestic violence and lockdown. The number 10 Private Secretary Hannah Young having to push back against the assertion that it was not an urgent problem because it was, quotes, not showing up in the data. And you say it's only because of her relentless pushing of the issue that there was eventually a summit on hidden harms. That's precisely the kind of thing you say, as you've said now, where with even weeks more to plan, it may have been possible to avert that harm.
Yes, and I think it's also, people don't want to think about these things. So you don't want to think that awful things happen to children and partners and parents in their own home. And if you are a kind of more experienced civil servant or somebody who's worked in lots of, you have a different sense, unfortunately, of these things. And I think it goes to who is involved in advising and decision making, and are they able to bring the kind of full gamut of what the state actually knows about what sometimes happens. And I feel that it was quite lopsided at this point. We were looking at harm through a very narrow lens without realising that, of course, there can be all sorts of other consequences of things you can't see.
And one of the phrases you used in that part of your statement was that this issue wasn't considered because it was, quotes, not showing up in the data. And another theme of your witness statement is this idea of, well, what is a countable thing? What should we be restricting our concern to so-called countable things, or should we be thinking more broadly? And if we can look at another document, which is tab 11 of the bundle, 286019, we see here another of your emails, again from April, where you are trying, I suggest, to capture a series of these either non-countable or less countable things, and saying, let's put these on the dashboard alongside hospital beds, deaths, and so on. And just to pick up on what you said a moment ago, is this the type of thinking that you would have liked to have done if there had been another month or two to prepare for the pandemic?
Yes, absolutely. So this is an email to Mark Sweeney, who was running the Economic and Domestic Secretariat. And if he and his team had been able to spend a bit more time, they would have been able, I'm confident, to have bottomed out all of the other questions we ought to be considering. This isn't a perfect list. And again, I'm looking at a, pretty hurried and conversational piece of work rather than something very, very profound and thoughtful. But I definitely thought that from very early on we were looking at the wrong indicators, or rather that there were many, many, many more signs of both what was happening and what the government was doing that we ought to be bearing in mind when we were making decisions. And it was sort of gave false comfort to keep on getting ever more precise data about a particular set of things. That is not to say that I don't think both that there was inadequate data, that was definitely true, and that data matters, it definitely does. But it was more that I thought that we were perhaps, as I say, not just focusing on countable things and also possibly counting the wrong things.
It is not a request, it is a requirement in law, and people need to follow it. And I just say this to the very small minority, as you say, of people who are choosing to flout the guidance. You are putting others' lives at risk. And
just one more area in this narrowed perspective, and that's the question of PPE for women. Another issue that you tried to drive forward. If we could look, please, at page 53 of your statement, paragraph 104. Towards the bottom of that paragraph, you say that you raised issues about the inadequacies of PPE for women and tried to make sure that this was taken into account in any new supply. And you record that the Prime Minister, I don't know whether this was at your suggestion or not, raised this issue with Simon Stevens, who, as we know, is the Chief Executive, I think, of the NHS, on April the 30th. And he, that is Simon Stevens, reassured the Prime Minister that the issues with PPE fitting women's bodies had been misreported and there wasn't a problem.
Yes.
Is that something were you there at that meeting, or were
Yes.
you told about it? And was it because of your suggestion that this was raised?
So I wouldn't want to claim single credit at all. So I had definitely raised this issue a number of times, and it was, I presume, the COVID, or the team who were working on COVID before they were the task force who had asked the Prime Minister to raise that. I wouldn't have been involved in writing the briefing. But I do remember feeling that I couldn't, once we got to that point, there wasn't much more I could do to keep on pressing this point, because if he thought it was fine, then that's sort of the end of the road, really.
Just noticing and remembering that date of the 30th of April as being the date on which this meeting you understood took place. Let's look at one other document, please, and it's tab 21 in the bundle, 286059. And we need to go to at least the second page to see the start of the email chain. And we see it starts with an email from you another email you sent during April, another pursuing of a separate issue. You're emailing Simon and Mary. Remind us who they are. Simon Ridley and Mary Jones.
Yes.
Seems you at least thought that you'd sent a number of annoying emails to your colleagues during that period.
Yes.
But you raise with them the question of whether this issue of PPE not being designed for female bodies had, as it were, been considered by those who were sourcing PPE in those early days of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we see both responses that we get back. First of all, from Mary Jones, "Hi Helen, I haven't heard it discussed at the top level meetings. Simon will be much better informed than me." And then if we go back to the first page, the response from Simon Ridley, just tell us who was Simon Ridley?
So the contribution Simon Ridley made during this whole period is genuinely extraordinary, I think. And Simon had been a Director General in DEXU, the Department for Exiting the European Union, and he's one of the people that sort of went straight from that into being involved in this nascent Cabinet Office team. I think at this point, Simon was maybe running the NHS MIG. I say sorry, I'm not. But I think he was running one of the Cabinet Committee groups at that point, and he was a bit involved because he was involved, I think, in the procurement of new PPE as well.
You're putting yourself in harm's way, and so we are very, very clear about that guidance. And
so does that mean, just to be crystal clear, that sunbathing is against the law?
Later in the year, he became one of the heads, or the head of the COVID task force.
I think much later after, yes, so he was the Director General, then he worked for Simon Case, and then he worked for James Bowler, and I think after James Bowler as a Permanent Secretary left, then I think Simon became the Permanent Secretary then, yes.
In any event, here's his response back in April to your email about PPE for women. He says, "Thanks for raising this. I'll be honest, it's not something that's been in conversations I've had thus far. That's not to say it isn't in the thinking, but I will assume not really, and take it up." And he emphasises that diversity is important.
Yeah.
And then if we look at the top of the page, we can see it's 2 weeks later, on the 30th of April, the day we saw of the meeting with Simon Stevens, that Cleo Watson, who I think was another of the officials in Downing Street.
She was the Deputy Chief of Staff, yes.
Who says, astonishing, 2 weeks later, and finally raised in one of these meetings. What do you think she meant by astonishing? Astonishing at how long it had taken?
So she and I had been talking about this all the way throughout as well, and it would be unfair to create the impression that what she's doing here is criticising Simon and Mary, both of whom I'd worked with extensively, and have every confidence that what they were doing was trying to get the thing addressed. I think the reason, but I am speculating rather than knowing, and the documents would tell you, is that the reason why eventually it had to go to the Prime Minister to ask the question is because they had tried any other route to get the answer, and then using a Prime Minister in a meeting to ask a question shouldn't be your first response if you want to know the answer. It's the point you get to if you can't find any other way of getting through the system. And I suspect that's what Cleo means here. She and I had lots of conversations about this. And in fact, everybody on this email chain are people for whom were concerned about the differential impacts on women and were trying to do something about it, in my view.
So, Ms McNamara, here are a whole series of issues, all of them linked to this question of narrowed perspectives, which you were raising in April, and we've been through them, and to a varying degree, you were able to get others to take them on. Looking forward, perhaps to the next pandemic, it's obvious from what you've said that you would hope that the Cabinet Office would have more time to think these things through. But beyond that, how should the government, do you think, ensure that the interests of ethnic minority people, disabled people, women, are more properly taken into account in this sort of situation?
So I think I'd say two things. Firstly, that I think you've heard some great and interesting things in your first module about how government should be ready for crisis response. And I would hope that the suggestion that I think Mr. Letwin made about creating a bit of machinery that had that responsibility of auditing and managing plans and managing risk, that you would want that unit to have that question as one of the things that it was asking, not just are we ready and have we got enough of this thing in that warehouse, but have we thought sufficiently about the impact? I think that there are legal frameworks that could be in place that I believe would equip for better decision making in terms of this sort of emergency again. And I also think this is really about normal civil service work. So in my experience as a civil servant, it is just normal, and actually it's legally required of you in terms of an equality impact assessment to make sure that the work you are doing, that you understand the impact that it's going to have. Now, those things can be laborious, and the answer to everything isn't let's have another piece of law about it. But I do feel you have to have structural forcing mechanisms that don't let you not notice the impact of the decisions that you're making, and that matters even in a crisis. And I also think there's a whole host of other things about culture and behaviours and the structures and the people and the skills and experience that are around a Prime Minister that I hope will be better, because that's what we collectively all need to do, is just make sure it's better next time.
Sunbathing is against the rules that have been set out for important public health reasons. I wish I didn't have to say this, but I do, because the whole country wants to come through this crisis. The whole country wants to come through this, of course, as quickly as possible. And the fastest way to come through the crisis and to save lives and to protect the NHS and reduce the pressure on the NHS, the fastest way to do that is to follow the guidance and to stay at home.
Thank you. Finally, I've got three further short points I want to ask you about, which don't have much of a common theme, really. The first is about overwhelming the NHS. It's been a recurring theme, and as I've said, the risk, the apprehension of overwhelming the NHS was one of the reasons that the lockdown decision was taken. Of course, if one is facing a population level pandemic and one is talking about hundreds, even 500,000, 750,000 deaths, it's easy to say in that situation the NHS will be overwhelmed. Mm-hmm. What's harder to do is to calibrate where below that the NHS overwhelm point is, if I can put it that way. And this is something that you address in your statement at page 89, paragraph 181. Thank you. So I think we might need to go back to the page before, just to the start of that paragraph. And you say it was difficult to get the right kind of engagement from DHSC or the NHS. There was an inbuilt reluctance to accept that it was possible to get to a point where the NHS was overwhelmed, and or to acknowledge that this would be something that Number 10 and the Prime Minister would need to be across. And you reference to concern that help from the Cabinet Office might not be helpful. And you say you kept being told that the NHS capacity was elastic. And then later on, a couple of lines down, you say, it was only much later that I realised that what was meant by NHS capacity being elastic was the capacity of people working in the NHS to work themselves into the ground to keep people alive. So were you in fact ever able to get to the bottom of this question of what we mean by the overwhelming of the NHS?
So this is in the following winter. So this is the winter of 2020-21 when, and this is a place where I was much more actively involved in managing what we saw as, well, which were concurrent and compound risks of what was going to be happening in the winter of 2021. So most of the work I did in relation to COVID in the autumn was around thinking about how we just could not possibly, I couldn't bear it if we were in the same position as we have been in the spring. And we created a small team in the Cabinet Office to manage these winter pressures. This was the winter when we were going to practically be managing through the impact of leaving the European Union. And the CDL in particular was really clear on how we needed to manage these things together and gave us some great political leadership at that period to try to manage the concurrent risks. Winter for government anyway, and I had experience of this previously in the Cabinet Office. You quite often have to do winter readiness exercises because the severe weather plus the NHS in normal times can get overwhelmed. It's a pretty normal, I would say, thing for the Cabinet Office and for government to focus on. So sorry, I just wanted to set out that context because then there was at the same time this concern that I had, probably again thinking back to March, of how would we be able to identify the point at which we thought that it was likely the NHS got overwhelmed? And was this going to be in a particular geography? So was it going to be about, because we had all learned a bit more about how the NHS operates at this point, but was it going to be about it just wouldn't be possible for there to be enough ambulances and enough emergency beds in a particular place so that people could safely be looked after? Or was it going to be a system risk? All of these pretty normal questions. I mean, I go on into some of the detail in my statement, but the thing I was finding really difficult is that it was very, very, well, it was just impossible to get anybody to quantify that, to say we will know 2 weeks before we hit an absolute crisis point that we are heading for a crisis point, and then what is our plan B? And partly because, as I'm sure anybody would understand, if you've been through that experience that some of us had been, we just were really possibly, I don't think it was over-concerned, but we were extremely concerned about seeking to do whatever we could do to try to avoid this problem. And my reflection about it being the people is after I left that I understood it more. And I think the other thing about the NHS being elastic is the NHS is much more than just acute care and acute hospitals. And it had been my experience of working in government for a long time that when people, when the institution of the NHS tends to focus and talk much more about that than it does about public health or GPs or all of those other things. And I think, again, looking back, I think we weren't concerned enough about the kind of actual overall health of the population, as opposed to what we would do if there were ambulances queued up outside 3 hospitals in the same geography. So, sorry, I think it's just a slightly broader.
No,
unless you've got one of the 4 reasons that we've set out.
You say the fastest way to effectively get out the lockdown is to follow the rules. Yesterday, Professor Neil Ferguson of Imperial College, advising the government, said that the restrictions could be eased in weeks if people follow the rules. Is that right?
It's all very helpful. Let me move on and ask you about a different issue, and that's children. There's a passage in your statement, I'm not going to take you to it, where you describe the issues around the grading disputes for exams in the summer of 2020, the problem emerging in Scotland and then happening in England. Apparently, no one had really thought about trying to address the problem in light of the Scottish experience in England. Let me take you, though, at least to paragraph 164 of your statement, page 81, I think. This is the sort of the conclusion of that process? Because I think it's right to say you did some work to try and understand what had happened, and you sent some people into the Department for Education to try and assist with that.
So this is when the Cabinet Secretary was away before the new Cabinet Secretary was appointed. So
Yes.
that's partly why I was doing it.
Exactly. So I think, so if we can go on to the next page, in the end, as a result of all of what happened, and you describe it in your witness statement, you say you thought in the circumstances it was untenable for the Secretary of State, I think you mean Gavin Williamson, to continue in post, but you could understand the argument for leaving him there for a short while until the schools had returned. And that's what Simon Case relayed about what the Prime Minister intended to do. So do we take it that, on your evidence, your understanding was that Gavin Williamson would not remain the Education Secretary, at least for any length of time at that point?
Yes, that was what I was told, and that was in relation to the fact that the Permanent Secretary had effectively had to resign, and it felt that if that was the case, then I was told the same thing was going to be true for the Secretary of State.
Yeah. So exams, you also address the question of schools closing, not closing in early 2021. But more broadly, are these two incidents examples of a deeper problem, that the interests of children and no doubt their parents and others they're associated with weren't properly considered alongside all those other interests that we've been discussing?
Yes, and I think it's the invisibility which is my concern about that. It's because you can't see the problem that you are creating in the future, if you like. And I think one of the responsibilities of good government is to do that, is to make 20 years problem today's issue to be addressed. And it felt that that wasn't really material. I also think, going back to my narrowed perspective point, it was really striking at the time for those of us who have children in state schools, like the vast majority of the country, that the differential experience of some children and other children, and I would, my children are obviously, fortunate in so many other ways that in terms of the access they have, and there wasn't enough thinking about the overall experience of children who might not have quite the same privileges as the people who are in rooms in Whitehall taking decisions. And I think it's related a little bit to my point about domestic abuse, is that you just shouldn't, as a state, as a government, be able to not know and understand the whole population in your decision making, particularly the people who are outside of your day-to-day experience. And that causes problems if you think that your life is the same as everybody else's. And it's kind of fine to do that as an individual, but institutionally it's really wrong.
Well, I'm not going to get into a conditional, if, because what matters is that people do follow the rules, and then we'll be able to make some progress. But there's only one message that's going to come out from the government over this, which is you really have to stay at home unless you have one of those four reasons. Stay at home because that then will slow the spread of the virus. So the scientists can do their analysis on what happens under different scenarios, but in a way that's second order, because we don't know how quickly this the spread of this virus will stop, because it depends on how people behave. So every single person watching this programme can do their bit to get us out of this faster, and they do their bit by following the social distancing rules.
At the same time, though, lots of people will feel that they're making a big sacrifice here, particularly those people who live in overcrowded accommodation, those people who perhaps have mental health issues, those people who may not even feel safe at home. You have your advisor going on saying that it could be lifted in a matter of weeks. Surely you need to provide some clarity here on how long we could be in this situation for.
The last of these three topics, Ms. McNamara, is the question of the second lockdown, autumn, early winter 2020. We've heard a lot of evidence in the last few days about that, about indecision, about Boris Johnson and his government not taking the scientific advice. much of which was eerily similar to the advice that had been given earlier in the year. We've heard references to trolleying, to chaos, to dysfunction. There's a passage in your statement where you, I think, try and crystallise your thoughts about this. That's page 90 of your statement, paragraph 183. If we pick it up about 8 lines down, it says, the Prime Minister rarely accepted that to govern is to choose. He really did want it all and changed his mind often. The decision-making swung between two extremes, the Prime Minister's undoubted liberal instincts and then the extremes of shutting everything down, when in reality all of the discussion and debate and choices were in the middle. Taking it shortly, what were your reflections about the experience of the second lockdown?
So I'll start with this point. I think by this stage, it's become really clear to me that the advice from the officials who are supporting the Prime Minister and his ministers in taking these decisions is uncomfortably close to everybody, to the political decision making. And I don't say that's not a party political point or anything else. It's that if you are people working and trying to work for a Prime Minister who is changing his mind a lot, and if you want to make sure the right thing happens, and so you tailor your advice ever closer to where he is to see if maybe you can get even closer and maybe get him 50% of the way to something that, you know, is better than nothing. What you are not able to do is say this is 100%, well, you can't even say it's 100% of the right answer, but there was just they were far too close to having to kind of, I think I've called it ride the tiger here or something, far too close to having to actually stay with what was a quite politicised environment in terms of it was about what was acceptable and what was the right political thing, as opposed to the thing I think would be better in future circumstances if there was a bit more insulation between the people who are giving the advice to the best of their ability, laying out all of the facts, and then allowing ministers to decide. I appreciate that will be uncomfortable for lots of other reasons, but I just don't think there was sufficient insulation between those teams at that point. And that is absolutely not to criticise the individuals involved, but it just all got too much kind of swirled together. And so I don't feel those sorts of structures gets the best from the civil service. I think that it was just extraordinarily frustrating to see some of the same patterns emerge in March. And part of that was because by then we had a whole load of new fresh people. And so at this point in time, I had resigned from the civil service, but I was determined I was going to stay for as long as possible to manage as much of the winter as I felt I could, partly because of my experience early on. And one of the things that was really challenging about doing that, and I can see when I go back into my own record that my tone becomes even more kind of anxious and worried and firm about what we should and shouldn't be doing, was because we had new advisors, we had different political team in Number 10, we had civil servants who hadn't been around in March, some of whom made the mistake of thinking that everybody who went before sort of wasn't as good as them.
Well, I'd love to be able to provide even more clarity than we have. We were clear when those who've gone into shielding, those who are the most medically vulnerable, we would expect that to last at least 12 weeks. But the truth is, and one of the difficulties of this situation that we're all in, one of the difficulties is that there are uncertainties. And there are uncertainties because we're still learning information about the disease itself, and the science continues to improve. But there's also uncertainties as to how quickly we can stop the spread of this virus, because it does depend very directly on how people behave. There's a direct link from what proportion of people follow the rules through to the pressure on the NHS and how quickly we can reduce the pressure on the NHS, through to how many lives are lost, and how quickly we can lift the very extraordinary measures. And I understand how impactful the measures are. Of course I do. And they impact people differently according to their circumstances. I get that. But this is why we need resolve as a nation, all to follow those rules.
And that's an easy thing to think, but there was a horrible kind of repeat pattern that was going on then, and that decision making was way too political, and I don't think there was the space for the civil service to be its best self.
Ms. McNamara, thank you very much. Those are all of the questions that I have for you.
Could I ask just one question, Ms. McNamara, before we let you go? If I can get it out. The relationship between special advisors and senior civil servants. Mr Cummings, I think in his written statement, objected to his being called a chief of staff by some people.
Yeah.
There isn't a chief of staff. You spoke to about somebody who was a deputy chief of staff earlier.
Yes, so Mr Cummings never wanted to be called chief of staff. I remember that. I think he thought that, well, I can't remember now, but he wanted to be called senior advisor or something. There's no question in anyone's mind who was the Prime Minister's most senior political advisor. It was him. I think, but I'm sorry, I can't remember. I think Ed Lister might have had the title chief of staff at that point. And the Prime Minister absolutely and definitely relied on him. And Ed Lister had much more operational experience of government and of how things worked. So in practical terms, Ed was really helpful on particularly the autumn lockdown and managing. Ed did much more the operational implications of the decisions that had been taken. And I think that Mr Cummings did much more of the ideas, I would say. I don't know how helpful that is.
Special advisors presumably are meant to advise. They're not decision makers, or
they're absolutely meant to advise.
But they can instigate areas of inquiry, can they, and research?
They definitely can. So and Number 10 has got more political advisors and civil servants together. It's two parallel groups, which is unusual compared to departments. In theory, special advisors are not supposed to be able to direct the civil service. I think at this time that was very, very, very theoretical. What kind of keeps us all anchored safely, constitutionally, if you like, is that the special advisor is normally working for the Prime Minister or on behalf of the Prime Minister. So if I think back to previous times, I would be very clear when I was asked to do something by a very senior advisor in Number 10, they were asking me on behalf of the Prime Minister. And that was not clear at this. And that's one of the other things that's problematic, is that it wasn't asking on behalf of the Prime Minister, it was asking separate to, which the wiring of those systems doesn't work if that's what happens.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms McNamara. Extremely grateful to you, and sorry we've kept you here for so long.
Don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that we can get out of it as fast to set
What
that out.
What are those next steps? Because this is the critical thing. What are the next steps? Is it a vaccine? Is it treatment? Is it testing? What is the way out?
Well, we're working on all of those three, and they're all very important. Treatments to make sure that if we can improve the treatments, and if we can get the science behind the treatments better, then more people who become ill will be able to survive, and people will be less ill. A vaccine, of course, would be incredible, but it has to be safe and not do more harm than good.